Hello, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We are here to bring you some live updates on the protests that have started in Belfast, Northern Ireland, after a very violent stabbing attack yesterday. And I do apologize for the delay in getting on the air. There was some technical stuff that was keeping me from getting on the air, but we got that taken care of. But the other thing that happened is I actually had a live shot from the protests, and the live shot went away, but is supposed to be coming back. So I have some recorded footage of the protests. I'm hoping to get a live shot in not too long from now, but as I was coming on the air, I had this live shot and then it just disappeared. So I'm doing my best. That's not live right there. That's earlier. That's moments ago. I got to change this on the screen here. It's got to say moments ago. So let me do my best to get you coverage. But again, I do apologize. I don't have, sometimes I have these feeds and they just come and they go. So I literally had one, a helicopter shot that's now supposed to be coming back in about 20 minutes. So I'll leave this up for now and I'll see what else I can do. I can't just steal everything off the web. I have to have the rights to what I'm using. This is AFP footage. Give me a second here. And I reached out to somebody else to try to purchase some more footage, so we'll see how that goes. Give me a moment here. Let me just check something out. Again, this is not live. That's a few minutes ago, what you're watching right now. Give me a moment here. And we're going to, I'm going to give you updates on what happened too. It's a little fluid situation now with the availability of the live shots. So I have my eye on it. Let's see here. All right, so hopefully, again, in about 20 minutes, I'm supposed to get the more back from theory, a helicopter feed. So this is a, here, let me show you some more here. Ooh, I need to get something else on the screen too so I can see it. Give me a quick moment here. Thanks for your patience. Hang on. Hang on. I am seeing the Belfast Telegraph reports a Turkish barber's business windows are smashed in Ballyclare, that I believe is in Belfast. That was just posted by no. It is Ballyclare is a town in Northern Ireland, but it's not Belfast. So some damage I'm seeing there. That's from Kevin Scott of Belfast It's the Belfast Telegram. Hang on a second here. Telegraph. Again, supposed to be getting a live shot fairly soon. So obviously that's preferable. Belfast Telegraph says a hijacked bus and car have been set on fire. Let's give you some background on what's going on. And I know you're watching a loop right now because the live feed I had stopped, but it's supposed to come back. You can see this from, oops, we don't want that there. Hold on, I got to fix this. You can see this from Reuters. Northern Ireland police call for calm after barbaric knife attack sparks anger. I know some of you have seen graphic footage yesterday of an attack in Belfast last night, where a man who authorities say is originally from Sudan attacked another man with a knife in a brutal attack. And at least one bystander thought that the attacker was trying to behead the man, but he was clearly attacking the other man's head on top of the man. And finally, some local people ended up getting the attacker off right before the police came. But some very graphic video floating around. If I would be careful before you watch it. And you can see here, again, I should be getting some live footage soon from the protests. Police in Northern Ireland appealed for calm after arresting a Sudanese man today over a knife attack that left one person in serious condition and prompted calls online for protests. And indeed, protests have begun. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer described the incident as sickening after a video of the attack, which took place in North Belfast late last night, was shared widely on social media. The incident, which is currently not being treated as terrorism, comes at a time of heightened tensions in Britain following the murder of a student who was handcuffed by police as he lay dying from stab wounds after his killer, a Sikh man, falsely alleged a racist attack. It also follows repeated protests about immigration, with populist parties saying Britain's asylum policy had allowed dangerous men into the country. Northern Ireland saw anti-immigrant rioting last year amid anger over an alleged sexual assault. I'll probably show you the press conference later from today. North Ireland's Assistant Chief Constable said at a press conference today, "I understand that last night's attempted murder will leave people feeling a range of emotions from fear to anger. I appeal for calm and the safety of all our communities in response to this." He said the victim, a man in his 40s, suffered significant injuries to his eyes and slash wounds to his face and back during the brutal attack with a kitchen knife found at the scene. Footage showed a number of members of the public trying to fight off the attacker before police arrived, and they were credited by senior officers with saving the man's life. The suspect, a 30-year-old Sudanese national, has been detained on suspicion of attempted murder. He's been charged with attempted murder now, actually. Police said the man lived locally, having been granted leave to remain in the UK in September 2023 after claiming asylum. He had traveled to Belfast in February that year by bus from Dublin, having flown there from Paris on an unknown date. Police said there is no trace of this suspect on any of our national security databases. He was not known to the police service of Northern Ireland. So again, this is footage from a short while ago. And I'm trying, to repeat, I had a live stream all set to go. And as I was getting on the air, that live stream disappeared, but it is supposed to come back in a little bit. I cannot steal everything from the web. I have to have the rights to show whatever I'm showing you. So, but again, I'm supposed to get some live footage soon from the protest activity. And give me a moment here. Some fires have been started. I mean, again, this is footage from a little earlier. Oh, Sky News said their correspondents were forced to end their live reports as they're heckled by protesters. So Sky News was on the ground, and they had to end their live stream for the moment because they were being heckled by protesters, according to Sky News. Just so you know. A glider bus was set on fire. By the way, it is time in Belfast now is 9:17 p.m., I believe. Glider bus is the rapid transit system in northern Belfast. So a rapid transit system bus has been set on fire there. Thanks Lewis in York for writing, and I appreciate it, who sent me a message of a list of protests that are supposed to happen in the UK. I don't know exactly where they're all actually happening. But again, we're going to keep you updated here and hopefully get some live footage. Again, I had it right when I came on the air. I had it and it just disappeared. But it's supposed to come back in theory. That's what I was told. AFP was trying to go live, I know, and it's having some issues. So they could go live too. But in the meantime, I will be passing along what reports I can find. Oopsie. And again, I know this is a loop we have on. That's why it says moments ago. I'll be taking your comments on the air as well. Sorry, I'm just trying to get organized here. And BBC said that BBC said there were some explosions heard, which were the tires of the burning public bus exploding or burning. BBC says, I have just seen a police Land Rover being attacked by masked individuals. That's from BBC News, Northern Ireland, 8 minutes ago. Give me a moment here. Hang on. BBC reports a police Land Rover has been attacked by masked individuals during the Belfast protests. Yeah, I can't. Yes, so I know Sky News was showing stuff before. I can't steal their feed. I did. Well, I'm hoping to be able to get access to it via AP in a little bit. They had it up before and then they took it down. So I can only get access to it if I have it. You know, I have to have the rights for it. I can't just steal the Sky News feed. But it's very possible that I'm supposed to get some access, well, possibly get access to that again in a few minutes. I'm hoping to, but I have to wait and see. Give me a moment here. I have Sky News. I'm peeking at it right now, and they don't have the helicopter. Well, they have a helicopter shot from before. All right, let me keep checking here. And again, as soon as I have other footage, I will get it up there for you. I appreciate our moderators. We have moderating right now. Hang on, let me thank our moderators. Ruth is moderating over there on YouTube. Thank you so much, Ruth. Beth Mythical is there as well. We also have moderating right now. LB Prairie on Idaho Star. I got that fired. Matthew Kohai 3 and Surly Dev on Twitch. Thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. And moderate for us there. Thank you. And thanks to our Facebook moderators as well. Sorry, bear with me for a second here. Oops, I'm hearing two. I'm hearing two of me. I'm hearing two of me. We don't want that to happen. Kay Lowry Body is moderating. Thanks, Kay. And thanks to all of our other moderators. Now, let's see. Again, hoping to get some live footage soon for you. That is my hope. That is my hope. Oh, also a police car is on fire, or has been set on fire in Portadown. And police have been attacked with petrol bombs in Clawfern. This is from Portadown is a different place in a different town in Northern Ireland. So Belfast Telegraph reports a police car has been set on fire in Portadown, and petrol bombs have been thrown at police in Clawfern. Yeah, so Portadown is a different town. And Clough, I believe, is a different town than Belfast. Just confirm that. So we're hearing about protests elsewhere in Northern Ireland as well. I may have to update the headline here. Okay. Belfast, yeah, Clough is outside of Belfast. Protests in Belfast and Northern Ireland after yesterday's. All right, hold on a second here. What I need to do is again hoping to get some live shots soon. There's protest activity going on in Belfast and Northern Ireland. In and around Belfast. Protests ongoing in and around Belfast after stabbing attack is what I want to say in the headline. Okay, hold on, bear with me. Thanks. And all right. I want to download some of that footage. And again, hoping to get in the coming minutes a live shot from Belfast. Yeah, so Sky News has a helicopter shot, which again, in theory, am supposed to possibly be getting access to soon. Which would be great to be able to show you, but I have to wait and see how that plays out. All right, let's see here. Belfast, going to download this. Mongoose says locals will not allow filming. Yeah, so what happened is earlier I did have access. Oh, hold on, I can get it for you now. I have the live shot back. Give me a second. I can buy the live shot from AP. Hey guys, we're going to get the helicopter shot back now. Helicopter shot coming up. Video via Sky News via AP. Right, so give me a moment. Just give me a moment. And I will have this for you. I'm about to get it up on the screen for you now. Just takes a second. So let's get the video up. Hopefully this all works. Okay, do I have it now for you? Let's see. Let's see. Hang on. Hang on a moment. I am seeing it now. I am seeing it now. Here's the video right now. Breaking news. Here is the video now. That is live from Belfast. We have the helicopter shot from Sky News via Associated Press. I have to pay for it. That is a live shot from Belfast now. And the camera is panning around. Maybe looking at another protest. Oh, see some smoke over there and smoke over there. Like something else burning. More fire, more things on fire. I'm going to disappear for 2 seconds. Hold on. Okay, we're seeing a car that has been burned in Belfast. And a bunch of smoke. Oops, I'm back. More cars, multiple cars on fire. Multiple cars on fire in Belfast. Look at this. Again, this is after an incident last night where there was a brutal knife attack on a man in Belfast. The attacker who has been arrested, the alleged attacker who has been arrested, is a man from Sudan. And give me a second here. He is a man from Sudan who was allowed to be in the UK after claiming asylum in 2023. But wow, some of our viewers are saying, where's the fire department? Yeah, I mean, we're seeing, a number of homes have been set alight in Northern Ireland. Okay, so Kevin Scott, who is with Belfast Telegraph, says a number of homes have been reportedly set on fire following disorder at different parts of Northern Ireland. Kevin Scott also reported 2 cars have been hijacked and set on fire in Clough, which is also in Northern Ireland. So again, multiple cars. That one on the right just went up there. That one on the right there, because when we first saw it, we were not seeing flames coming out of it. Look at this. Wow, this is a very dangerous scene here. Unbelievable. seeing it periodically, these bursts of flame coming from these cars. By the way, a quick thank you to I Am Charlie and Be Like Music and Rob T1R, who lives in East Belfast. Rob says he's against mass immigration, but going out burning buses and attacking random people that have nothing to do with it will only hurt us and solve nothing. That's what Rob says. Thanks KC3DLL, Mark P85 for being a member. Damien Irish the Penguin, who says, this is my hometown. It's so bad. Division has always been here, but this is going to blow things back to troubles, tension again. Thanks K308 from the UK, who says, the UK is hurting and people have had enough. Yeah, Sparky Gene, I'll give you some more updates, including about the victims shortly. But this is quite something to see all of these different locations with smoke and fire in Belfast. I'm going to put in the corner a video here so you can see it from the police service of Northern Ireland that they posted about 3 hours ago. I'm going to put it in the corner, I think. Make it small. But I'm going to play it for you so you can hear what he had to say. There's the video there. Again, this is the Assistant Chief Constable in Northern Ireland. Here, I'm going to put the sound on.
Good afternoon. I want to provide you with an update.
Oh, hold on. It's not. Hold on. Now you can't hear it. Why can't you hear it? Should be able to hear it. Let's see. Hold on. Something is not carrying over. Hang on. Let me just make sure I can hear. Let's see if I can hear myself. If I put this on here, can I hear myself here? Or not? I may have to. Oh, all right. You know what I have to do? I have to take. Hey guys, so we can hear things. Wow, look at this. More fire there. No, you could hear it a different way. All right, what I have to do is I need about 1 minute and I will have the video back for you in 1 minute. So give me 1 minute, okay? Because just let me reset something here. And this is, we need to do this so I can bring you the rest of the stream. So in about a minute, I'll have the footage back. Sorry, it's just a technical thing. But I think that's why I wasn't able to play you any audio, which I'm going to need for the stream. So again, just resetting something here. Give me about 1 minute and I will have that footage back up on the screen for you. I just need to take a second right here. Hang on. Just hang on a moment. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate it. Once in a while, we have to reset things. But that's some really scary video, which we're going to have back for you in a moment. Coming from Belfast, we're hearing about, well, we're seeing vehicles on fire, hearing about houses on fire, businesses damaged after a brutal knife attack last night in Belfast, and a man from Sudan is under arrest and charged with attempted murder. All right, just a few more seconds here, and we're going to have the video back up for you. Just give me a moment. Thanks for bearing with me. Okay, you can see things again. Hang on. I am just getting it up on the screen here. About 10 more seconds, 10, 15 more seconds, hopefully, and I'll have it for you. Okay, I can now see things. I can see things. All right, I'm literally watching the video. I just need to play it for you. All right, there it is. There is the video. Let's see if I have this. There's the live video. That is live from Belfast. So we have the video back. Thank you for bearing with me while I got that back for you. And I'm going to get it up on the screen that we're looking at Belfast, if you give me a moment. Again, this is Sky News video that I have via Associated Press. Look at all of the, are those police or ambulances? Looks like police vehicles there. Bear with me here. There we go. Okay, thanks. Our viewer JM Cookie says, riot police showed up. Now, I know there's been a bunch of police out, but we're seeing a number of locations, stuff happening. And just give me one more second here. Got to get reorganized, get everything set up again. Smoke there. Look at that. Fire at some sort of, that looks like maybe an apartment building there. Then there's a fire on the street there. I'm just pulling some things up so I can see. Yeah, so again, reportedly, homes have been set on fire. Some homes have been set on fire. Hold on. In different parts of Northern Ireland, according to the Belfast Telegraph, some homes have been set on fire. Also, a public bus has been set on fire. Police vehicle, at least one has been set on fire. Numerous vehicles have been set on fire. We've seen it. Oh, BBC reports this is a building here. Looks like maybe an apartment building, which is clearly on fire. BBC says that in one part of Northern Ireland where they are, in Belfast, firefighters are holding back instead of approaching the crowd of masked youngsters, and the police are staying back. And police are protecting fire engines, according to the BBC. Look at this. Now, I was going to try to play you that video. Let's see if I can do that now. Hopefully it works now. I was going to let you hear what the police had to say about 3 hours ago. Can you hear this? Oh, great. Okay, now you can hear it. So this is a video. This was from about 3 hours ago. I'm going to show you this from the Police Service of Northern Ireland. Okay, and I'll put the volume on just so you can hear what they had to say about 3 hours ago. Well, now you can't hear it.
On the police Good afternoon. I want to provide you with an update on the police investigation on the attempted murder in North Belfast. This morning, many people will have awoken to the very distressing news about this brutal attack. My first thoughts are with the victim and his family, and our detectives and specialist officers are supporting them at this really difficult time in their lives. The man, who's aged in his 40s, was seriously injured in this knife attack. It's important to acknowledge straight away at the outset the bravery of those members of the public who ran towards danger to intervene and help the injured man. Our position is to provide as much verified information to you, the public, as possible as our investigation continues. So this is what we know so far. It happened in the Kinnard Avenue area on Monday the 8th of June at around 10:30 p.m. Officers arrived at the scene within minutes to detain and arrest the suspect and administer first aid.
All right. I'm stopping that because what's happening here, it looks like there's protesters or rioters, if the case may be. They are in some sort of industrial space, and they are, look at this. They're like pulling stuff out in this industrial space. I don't know what they're doing with this stuff, but again, that's a live shot, and I don't think those are people who work there. I think those are protesters / rioters, and they are pulling out these long orange pipes, it looks like. What are they going to do with it? Wow. I don't think this video has I don't believe this video has, oh, hold on. No, there's not audio on this video. On the YouTube video, not YouTube video, on the helicopter video. Wow. I'll get the police summary back in a second, but I want to keep an eye on this. So again, that's some sort of business storage area, and there are clearly a number of protester rioters who've gone in there. Are they lighting stuff? And maybe they're adding to the fire. They are blocking the road, said one of our viewers. Wow. Again, protests going on in Belfast and other parts of Northern Ireland. There are fires. There are vehicles on fire. There are reportedly some homes that have been set on fire. I've heard about damage at businesses. And we're bringing you the latest here. Now that the helicopter goes around to different parts of Belfast to see what's going on. Now see, there's smoke coming out from over there. What is this? This is Belfast, Northern Ireland. Was this the scene we were looking at before? I don't even know. Yeah, someone said DMAC said sent me videos on Twitter. Thank you for sending them. I cannot show videos unless I have the rights to them. I paid for the rights to this, so I can't take videos off the web and show them. But I appreciate you sending them to me. Now, is that, what are we seeing there? We're seeing, looks like a vehicle. In the back there, is that a vehicle on fire right there? Oh, and yeah, so clearly that home looks like it's burning. Right, yeah. This is a home right there that is burning, clearly. And then what is this? It's kind of hard to see. Is that a vehicle right there? But this is a home burning. Yeah, that's a vehicle in the back and a home burning. And then another, I mean, obviously, so we're not seeing active fire suppression right now. And then you worry about, these homes are close to each other. Oh, there's another home burning, right? Well, no, is that the window? It looks like the flame there is reflecting in the window from the car. Wow. Look at the flames there. The flames coming out of the home. Flames shooting out of that home in Belfast. What I'm going to do is put this there, and then I'm going to put this here, and then I'm going to put this little extra thing. Video from Sky News via AP. Put that in the corner. Sorry, I'll get that out of the way. Let me get that maybe down here. But this is a scary situation. Look at this. Look at this. Wow. Then are those residents or those protesters or rioters? Look, the guy just grabbed some furniture, a piece of furniture. These might be rioters. Now, what are these people doing? He's writing something? He's looking through the mail slot? Maybe it was a trash can that got thrown. I don't know. But look at this. This is a very dangerous situation, obviously. Look at this. Wow. There's just fire burning, that home burning, vehicles burning. Now, there's a fire engine there. There is a fire engine. Now, it's possible the people we saw were residents. Maybe they were residents trying to save their homes. I don't know. Look at the fire department is coming in. Wow, live fire engine and firefighters coming in right now. They're banging on the door. I mean, they might be worried about, they're probably worried about people being in those homes. Oh, wow. Live firefighting going on right now in Belfast. Yes, because people might have, maybe people are like, well, I don't want to go out because there's riots going on, but they might not even know that a house down the street from them is on fire, right? I don't know. So we're seeing these firefighters go to adjacent homes. Looks like they're really focused on maybe trying to get people out of these homes, which makes sense. I might see if I can brighten this up. I mean, it's getting dark there, but let me see if I can brighten up the picture for you a little bit. I might be able to. I'll see if I can bump up the brightness a little bit for you. That's a little better. I bumped up the brightness a bit. Again, it's getting dark there, so but I did bump up the brightness a bit. Wow. 9:56 p.m. Belfast time, as you can see on the screen. This is unbelievable. And multiple locations where there's stuff going on. All that smoke. And now what's happening over there? What's happening across the street, down the block there, across the street? There's another fire down the block across the street. I can't say, right over here, I cannot tell if that is a home or a vehicle. That looks like something else. And again, we were just looking down here, but now I'm seeing stuff up here. And this is just one location. Helicopter moving around. What is going on that? Is that another property? Is it another property or a vehicle? Let's see if we can see. Wow, look at that. Unbelievable. Wow. This is not good. That looks like, I can't see yet. Looks like a home. Looks like another building is on fire. Wow. Another building is on fire in this shot. That's not a vehicle, it looks like. That's coming out of a building. I mean, that's what it looks like to me. One of the viewer thinks certain buildings are being targeted. That I cannot say. I don't have that information. But we're seeing multiple buildings on fire, right? You can see it on your screen in Belfast, Northern Ireland. And then there's another flame at the bottom there. Wow, big explosion in that building. Big explosion in that building right now. Seeing people on the street. Now there's a fire truck driving. I'm seeing a fire truck down there. But then you have, looks like young people on the street. Looks fairly chaotic down there. I don't know if those young people are from the neighborhood. I don't know if they're protesting or rioting or not. I can't tell who they are. But the fire truck, I mean, first of all, there's numerous fires burning, but second of all, we're not seeing, obviously, my guess is that it's for their own safety. We're not seeing fire trucks go right to the fires and starting to fight them. I don't know, BBC had said that they had been holding back. Again, you can have a case where they don't feel it's safe for them to be out. But I don't know if it's that or there's just too much stuff going on. But I mean, we just saw a fire truck go by, and now look at this happening. Look at this building. Wow. One of our viewers says, looks like a gas line. Now there's the fire truck. Okay, we see this fire truck, one fire truck, and there's also a bunch of onlookers there. Then there's a dumpster on fire in the street. There's another fire in the street. To the left, there is a building that's on fire. I don't believe. Now here comes the firefighters. I don't know if they're actively going to fight it or if they're just trying to evacuate people. Okay, I do see they have a hose. They do have a hose. All right, they are putting water on this fire right now. They did manage to get a hose on the fire. This comes after a brutal stabbing attack in Belfast last night. A man from Sudan who is in the UK after claiming asylum in 2023 was charged with attempted murder. And we are seeing multiple fires tonight in different parts of Belfast, protests in Belfast and damage in Belfast and other parts of Northern Ireland. We are seeing multiple buildings on fire in this one shot on the left and on the right. Building on fire on the left, building on fire on the right. Multiple vehicles we've seen on fire. Again, this is just one location. There's another building on fire that's not even here that we saw earlier. But this is unbelievable. Look at that. So we see that vehicle that is just burnt up in front there. Now, are the firefighters still? Yes, they are putting water here. We have firefighters at this building too. And these buildings are close to each other. So there's obviously going to be a worry that the fires could spread. They have one hose on this one, looks like. That's what I'm seeing, one hose. Now, what are they doing next door? Look at what they're, are they trying to get in there? What are they doing next door? Looks like they're trying to open the door, or I don't know. I am not a firefighting expert. Don't know. Wow. Oh, I'm seeing now. Nathan McSweeney, our viewer, says, I live in Ireland. The houses are targeted as illegal immigrants. Again, I cannot confirm that. That's what a couple of our viewers said. I don't know if these houses are targeted or just caught on fire, or they were targeted for particular reasons or randomly targeted. I randomly set on fire. That I cannot confirm. Thank you, Nathan McSweeney, Joe9611, Kerry Poteet, Chris the Toffee, HB4072, Joshua Doss, Pickled Witch, Save the United Kingdom, Phil05W, Rob T1R, News with Snacks, Thomas P0419, Joe King Buffalo, I am Charlie, thank you. And also thank you to R. Roy, Andy in Austin on Twitch, Justin Winters, Spencer Biohazard, Hugh J. The Bird Abides over there, and CC on Twitch. All right, more smoke here. Now the camera's panning around here. Now what's it going to see next? What will the camera look at next? Let's see. Is that more smoke? I can't tell. Maybe some more smoke over there. Some more smoke over there. We see a police vehicle. We see smoke. Maybe the helicopter is going to go over there. Multiple, is that, I mean, we've seen multiple vehicles on fire. I don't know if that's vehicles or homes right there. Maybe vehicles. Okay, I see a police vehicle. Oh, is that the bus? Is that the bus? There was a public bus that was set on fire. That looks, is that the bus that was set on fire? I'm not sure. I can't even tell. Maybe no, it looks like maybe a smaller vehicle. Before it looked like it looks now like a smaller vehicle. Sorry. I know there was a public bus that was set on fire, but that does not look like a bus length vehicle. Yeah, this is where we were looking before. This is a street. Looks like maybe those fires have either been put out or went out. I do see fire. Yeah, there's a fire truck there, obviously, and there were several vehicles in that area on fire. And it's just getting dark there now. Hey, thanks Gonzalez for the gift subs. I appreciate that, Gonzalez. Thanks also Kindra Fox, Martin Ging, Thomas Carl, Ego Mac 200, Janet B. Thank you. The Irish News says a police car has been set on fire in the town of Portadown. Now what? Let's see. Excuse me. So I see some smoke back there. I don't know what that is, that smoke back there. You can see there's that's a main road there with very little traffic on it. It's possible they've shut down the roads because I'm not seeing really traffic on those main roads. Now, there is something on fire in the street. We were seeing this before. This looks like an industrial storage area, and we saw people inside that area taking some of those orange pipes out, and it looks like maybe a dumpster's on fire or some sort of structure's on fire in that area. We saw, again, protesters or rioters, it looked like, a while ago, running around in this area and taking stuff out. So you can see those orange poles are on the ground, or pipes or whatever they are, and there's a few out there too. Yeah, it looks like they maybe I don't know if they tried to set up a barricade over here. Then there's a fire on the street. Now are these protesters here? I don't know. Right here. But we saw people in there before. Yes, so we can see a bunch of people on the street. Looks like maybe young people. Scarlet Bagpipe says they shut the roads at 7 p.m. Try to get you some more updates here. Belfast Telegraph said residents were being removed from houses after from houses which had caught fire in Lendrick Street in East Belfast. I don't know if that's one of the ones we saw. Sky News says a Middle Eastern supermarket was set on fire. Yes, a Middle Eastern supermarket was set on fire. I believe that's Belfast. That's according to Sky News. Now, the Sky News reporter Dan Whitehead said a few minutes ago, he said he thought it was not significant numbers of people committing violence, but different pockets across Belfast. And Sky News also said police said they are dealing with sporadic pockets of disorder. BBC says multiple fires are burning on Crumlin Road towards West Belfast. We see a police vehicle there. There is a police vehicle. Is that an ambulance? I don't know. A couple of vehicles. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Thank you. Now, I guess a positive is that we haven't seen a lot more fires. We've seen several buildings on fire, but since then I haven't seen more, at least in this helicopter shot. So, but again, it's also only 10:14 p.m. So I don't know what's going to happen the rest of the night. There's smoke right there, but maybe that's one of we've seen firefighters at several locations putting out fires. Now, is that new, or did we already see that? I don't know, but we're seeing fire right there. There's fire right there. Now, did we see this yet or not? Is that homes or vehicles? Wow, that's a bunch of fire. That looks like fire in multiple buildings, doesn't it? That looks like fire in multiple buildings. That's not good, because I can see it on both sides. Well, at least there's definitely on the far side. Maybe it's on the street in the far side, but clearly some on the street as well. I'm not positive, though. Several fire engines on the street now. Then you have people walking around there. Oh, yeah, look at the smoke coming from the back. Look at the smoke on the right coming from that building. Wow. We have, and those firefighters are all back there on the right with the smoke pouring from that building. That is not good. Yeah, now we might have seen some of these fires earlier. I don't know if we saw the one on top earlier. Well, it didn't look like that. Yes, and you can see fire. So on top we have a fire, and then on bottom here we have a fire right here coming from this building, multiple locations, maybe multiple buildings here. You can see the fire coming out of the windows. Something on the street is on fire. Then across the street a building's on fire. I don't know about back here. What's that? Is that in the street there? But yeah, clearly this building is on fire and this building is on fire. Uh, the U.S. has launched some self-defense strike against Iran. Okay, breaking news update. I have a breaking news update for you. U.S. Central Command just said that they have begun launching self-defense strikes against Iran at the Commander-in-Chief's direction in response to yesterday's downing of a U.S. Army Apache helicopter. The mission is a proportional response to unjustified Iranian aggression. So I'm going to keep this video on the screen, but just so you know, the U.S. Central Command says U.S. has launched self-defense strikes against Iran in response to Iran shooting down a American helicopter. So I'll let you know when I hear more. But we're going to keep this video on right now. A lot of news going on. Now look at this. Look at on the left there. Look at on the left there. Is that another home on fire? What is that's a building, right? Look at this. Wow. There's another building, fire coming out of that building in Belfast. Maybe multiple buildings. Yeah, even in just in this, I think we see three different we on both sides of this street, and then off to the top of the screen, you can't see it right now. There's a whole other building burning. I'm going to put something up on the screen. U.S. launches self-defense strikes on Iran in response to Iran shooting down U.S. helicopter. Wow, look at this. Look at this. Sorry, there's too much news going on. So for the moment, we're going to stick with this. I will put this maybe there. And I will get you updates on the Iran stuff. It's just, again, I can only do so much at one time. So but, the the U.S. military statement said that these would be a proportional response to Iran shooting down a helicopter. I have a hard. That doesn't sound like it's going to be a huge amount of strikes on Iran, but you don't know. And then we'll have to see if what Iran does in response to that. So what you're seeing right now, again, there was a brutal knife attack yesterday, in last night in Belfast. A man very seriously injured, by another man, a man from Sudan, who had been in the Northern Ireland on an asylum claim, and this Sudanese man attacked someone else, and it was a brutal attack. And video has been making its way around the internet. And oops. And now we're seeing in Belfast and elsewhere in Northern Ireland, protests, and we can just even see in this shot multiple buildings burning. Duke Silver thinks it'll be worse when it gets dark out, and it is pretty dark out right now. It's but yeah, I don't know if it's going to get worse, um, and what's going to happen as it is dark there. So we're going to have to keep an eye on this. We are seeing there buildings on fire, buildings on fire on the left. And on the right, I believe. Okay, harder to see now. You can see when there's flames. Yes, the person who got attacked is still alive but seriously injured. All right, the camera is moving around again. Let's see where the camera goes. And is that more smoke there? I'm seeing smoke and more law enforcement vehicles. Is that smoke? No, it's not smoke. It's a lot of law enforcement vehicles out, as you can see. Look at all those law enforcement vehicles. Thank you, Lieutenant Dark Ghost, who says England had enough. Just you see what happens next. Thank you, Sasiad and Grip Van Winkle. Again, this is Northern Ireland in the UK, Belfast, Northern Ireland. Thank you, Eris Kalar, who says, I grew up in Belfast during the Troubles. This was every day for me, but never an attempted beheading. I don't have enough video to tell. I know that at least one of the witnesses last night thought the attacker was trying to behead the victim. As we see here, this is a fire engine moving through the streets of Belfast. Multiple fire engines. Well, fire engine, and it looks like a fire vehicle behind it. Thank you, Mimo6. Now what's happening? One of our viewers mentioned the man who fought off. There was a man who hit the attacker with a hurling stick. His name was Maitu Mag Tighirnan from Northern Ireland. According to The Guardian, he is the man who fought off the attacker with a hurling stick. I will give you updates on the Iran situation when I have it. Oh, what's happening here? Is that what am I seeing there? Is that something on fire or not? I can't tell. At the bottom there, I'm seeing a glow. Oh, no, yeah, this is what we were seeing. Is this the place where we were looking at before? I can't even see now. But I'm seeing fire there, definitely. Looks like fire here, too. (10:27 p.m.) A lot of police vehicles out there. It says police right on the vehicle there. This is again, there have been numerous in multiple locations in Belfast and some locations in Northern Ireland besides Belfast. There has been incidents of vehicles set on fire, police vehicles attacked. We've seen multiple buildings set on fire, fires in the street, and we'll have to see where this goes. President Trump told Jonathan Karl minutes ago from ABC News, President Trump said the ongoing response that look at this, the firefighters are trying to put out this fire here. President Trump said the ongoing U.S. attacks on Iran in response to the helicopter getting shot down yesterday, he says they should be very strong and very powerful, and that's what this one is. So President Trump says that these responses are going to be strong, and very powerful. I am trying to give you an idea of what's happening with both things. Reports of some explosions in southern Iran a few minutes ago. Explosions a few minutes ago in several locations of southern Iran. That's from Fars State Media. That's the province near on the coast, the coastal province next to the Strait of Hormuz. That's Hormozgan province. Explosions heard in several parts of Hormozgan, according to Iranian state media. Let me just get that posted. Iranian state media reports several explosions heard minutes ago in multiple locations in the province that's next to the Strait of Hormuz. Oh, is that another? Sorry, I'm trying to do two things at once. Let's see. We're seeing a bunch more law enforcement vehicles here. That's maybe a fire engine there. We are looking at a fire engine live. Guys, several people have mentioned the U.S. attack on Iran. I literally have it on the screen. It's on the screen. It says it on the screen. So I am aware of it. I can't do two things at once, so I will bring you updates. But again, I would call your attention to the fact that it literally says it on the screen. Hang on a minute. Okay, now. Again, CENTCOM said about 15 minutes ago, U.S. military announced it had begun launching self-defense strikes. This started at 5 p.m., about a half an hour ago, on Iran in response to Iran shooting down a U.S. Apache helicopter. The crew was rescued, and the crew is reportedly okay. But the U.S. is currently carrying out strikes on Iran. Self-defense strikes. We're seeing more law enforcement vehicles and fire vehicles move in Belfast right now. It's like more fire engines. I'm also checking for updates about Iran while we cover this. Trying to give you updates about both. Keshem Island. 6 explosions heard on Keshem Island, according to Tasnim state media. Okay, that's Iranian state media Tasnim. They report 6 explosions heard on Keshem Island. Six explosions caused by enemy projectiles heard on Keshem Island. Lindsay Blue heard reports of stuff going on in Glasgow. I'll have to check up on that. STV News says there are reports of protests in Glasgow, Scotland. Jamie Mitchell said there was a bit of a protest earlier in Glasgow. I've seen some videos from a short while ago there as we watch more live video from right now from Belfast. Obviously tougher to see now that it's dark, but we'll see what happens. The good thing is we're not seeing lots of new fires, right? Because we've seen a number of buildings on fire, but we're not seeing that on the helicopter shot right now. Trying to get more updates here for you. BBC reported that a house that was set on fire on Lendrick Street in Belfast belongs to a man who had lived there for 10 years, a man in his 30s. And that man said that there were cars that were set on fire on the road, and that caused his house to get on fire. And masked men were bashing down doors. So that sounds like a house that just caught on fire because vehicles were on fire. Again, a number of explosions reported in Iran in recent minutes. Sounds like from U.S. airstrikes. We'll keep an update. We'll give you. We'll bring you more updates as I hear them and as I see them. And we're keeping an eye on Belfast right now. So it was 6 explosion sounds were heard in Keshem Island, by the way, which is next to the Strait of Hormuz, and several different locations in the coastal province next to the Strait of Hormuz. Reportedly, several different locations have had explosions. Belfast Telegraph reports that multiple residential properties have been set on fire. We have seen several properties on fire during the helicopter footage. Appreciate everybody tuning in. Thanks to all of our moderators who are here. I really appreciate all of our moderators. We have moderating right now. Leslie Ladyhawk and Ruth in Bite Mode and Beth Mythical have been moderating. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Also, our moderators such as Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, and Surly Dev on Twitch. Thank you. Also Linda Belk, Larry, Misha, who moderate for us on X. And and appreciate everybody tuning in. And all of our Facebook moderators as well. Darren Charlo, thank you. Continue to see fire engines moving around. What I'm going to do is protests in Belfast and new U.S. strikes on Iran. Oops, not news U.S. strikes. Hang on one moment here. Okay, so we're giving you updates on both things. We're talking about the Belfast protests and the new U.S. strikes on Iran. Sorry, just trying to get everything covered here. I just need to update a title. If you give me 2 seconds here. Well, I'm sorry I haven't even been able to take more comments on the air. It's been so busy. But I'll take some of your comments shortly. So, I mean, for a while, we were seeing it was really scary helicopter video showing fires in multiple locations, including in multiple buildings. I haven't seen a new fire yet on the helicopter shot in a while. I'm following some reports from the UK, and I haven't seen a lot of new reporting. I haven't seen much new reporting in the last 45 minutes or so of new attacks going on. So I don't know, are we going to see things are we seeing things ramp down, or now that it's dark out, are we going to see more stuff happen? That I just don't know. It beats me. I hope we don't see more destruction there. But we just don't know right now. And I'm not aware if there's like a new press conference or something that happens, I'll let you know about that. One of our viewers, Chris, thinks it will be an all-nighter. So we're going to be keeping an eye on this and also giving you updates. I don't know if that Iran might respond to the U.S. Who knows what Iran's going to do? Are we going to see Iran launch missiles or something? Mirror News says reports says an explosion was heard in Minab, Iran. That's from Iran state media. Explosion heard in Minab, which is on the coast next to the Strait of Hormuz. So Iran state media mayor, explosion heard in Minab on the coast near the Strait of Hormuz. Trying to cover both things at once. Oh, also, hold on. I have another report of explosions. Mayor State Media Iran also says some areas in Jask. Oh no, this is in. I'm sorry. That's in Lebanon. Sounds like maybe also Iranian state media is reporting some strikes possible maybe in southern Lebanon, which have been going on against Israel striking Hezbollah. Oh no, I'm sorry. That's not, I had that wrong. These Jask and Mount Mobaraka are both in Iran. So two new locations I'm hearing about in Iran with explosions. Jask and Mount Mobaraka. Okay, so that's more reporting of new explosions. Mirror News says, Iran state media Mirror says, some areas in Jask and Mount Mobaraka have been hit by enemy projectiles. Okay. Oh, now we're back at this location here. I assume this is a location we saw before with fire burning in a building, and I think we're still seeing smoke coming. It looks like we're still seeing smoke in the building and water being poured on this building. My guess is that we saw this location before. But look at all the smoke coming out of that building. Give me a moment. I'm also going to try to update if I can. I'd love to update the thumbnail for the broadcast. Bear with me, guys. Bear with me. I'm just updating the thumbnail here for the broadcast. This is, you can see smoke coming from a building there. A bunch of firefighters. Oops, I froze. I froze myself. I need to unfreeze myself. Let me unfreeze myself. Steve needs to unfreeze himself. I am frozen on the air. There, I am now unfrozen. Sorry about that. I am so we can see smoke pouring out of a building there. Now these fires we were seeing, they've been working on putting out fires now for a little while. We were seeing lots of flames coming out of numerous buildings about an hour or two ago. Now we see firefighter activity here on the streets of Belfast. Oh, hey guys, Barack Ravid just posted. Barack Ravid reports, guys, update from Barack Ravid, who is with Axios. He says a U.S. official says that U.S. forces attacked several Iranian air defense systems and radar systems around the Strait of Hormuz. Again, to repeat, a U.S. official tells Barack Ravid that U.S. forces attacked several Iranian air defense systems and radar systems around the Strait of Hormuz. This comes, oh look, now we're seeing flames at the top of the building here. We can see flames at the top of this building. I can see the flames on the top, or I can see the orange glow on the top of the building. This comes, well, the U.S. retaliation strikes are come after last night Iran shot down a U.S. helicopter near the Strait of Hormuz. And this video is Belfast, where people have been protesting and doing some rioting, it looks like, in protest of a brutal knife attack committed in Belfast last night by a man from Sudan who was in Belfast after claiming asylum in 2023. So we're bringing you updates about both things right now. Very busy. Thanks so much to Deadwing. I appreciate it. OG Sean White, thank you. Renee Lorraine, Jeff Buddington, Susan Ray Silvestri, Joe Brown 6768, who thinks things will get spicy around midnight. That's what he says usually happens there. I don't know. But we'll have to see. It's 10:57 p.m. right now there. Thank you, D. Smitty, Locopato, Paul Grogan, Super Kitty Show, JAH, Ruth. Thanks to our moderator, Ruth. I appreciate that. Also, I am behind on thanking people. Sean Hemmings, thank you. Pete the Pot Pusher, Corn Pop 84, Eris Kalar, Tallulah A. Bell, Prob Solved, Mimo, Patricia Grace, Janet B. Our moderator, thanks for being a member too. Egoma, and also Kiwi Polson on Twitch. Oxytropus on Twitch. Love Francis, thanks for watching. Zeno7Mal on Twitch. Gripplechew on Twitch. Thanks for your support. Bringing you the latest updates on both of these stories. Jennifer Griffin of Fox News reports a U.S. official tells Fox News airstrikes targeting Iran are ongoing and include air defenses and radar installations. You can see a number of fire engines out there in Belfast on this street right now. If you're wondering about oil prices, I will check them here. According to tradingview.com, Brent crude is at 92.46. Hold on a second here. I got to pull it up so I can see it. Yeah, so, I mean, oil has not changed much since these strikes were announced because, well, actually, oh no, Brent crude market is closed for the moment. Brent crude market is closed, I think, for an hour or two. WTI crude, I think did it just open back up, WTI crude? Yeah, so WTI crude it's gone up a little bit after the news of these strikes, but right now it's at 89.60, and before these new strikes it was at in the mid 88s. So looks like it's gone up about $1. Just eyeballing it here, I'm looking at the chart on TradingView. It looks like the news, to me, it looks like that the news of the strikes has sent it up about $1, if even. Yeah, I believe it's up about $1 right now from, I think there was just a break, maybe an hour or two break. I think they take one every day too for WTI crude. And when it opened up, it was about $1 higher. Still seeing smoke coming out of this building here. Look at the smoke on the top there. Our viewer Stuart thinks it's against the law to live stream in the UK tonight. Now I don't know that that's false. I haven't heard that. I don't know. I'm not aware of that. But again, I haven't heard that report. But that's what our viewer Stuart claims. I'm not. He means, I think, somebody on the ground. No, he's not talking about. He's not talking about literally having a stream that's broadcast. What he's talking about is being on the ground. I don't know if there are any restrictions for people streaming on the ground in the UK. I have not heard any kind of announcement that they have said people can't live stream there. But a bunch of our viewers are saying it's not true. Again, I have not heard any such announcement. But I don't want to say, maybe there's something I didn't hear about. A bunch of our viewers are saying false. Thanks, Stuart Henderson, Kerry Poteet, Deadwing. Now, I do know that, like, at some point, Sky News had a correspondent out in Belfast, and at some point they stopped broadcasting because they said they thought it was dangerous to be out there, but then they were broadcasting again. So I can't speak to, like, British news outlets. I'm only allowed to show you what I have the rights to, and I because I paid for it, I can show you this camera. Still seeing a building on fire there. Now, our viewer Danny Bork said the protesters have said no streaming to avoid giving police evidence. I don't know if that's true, but again, Sky News did say earlier that they had a live correspondent who was getting heckled by protesters, and they had to shut down their feed for a bit. They're on the ground reporting. Let me mention this. Give me a moment. Oh, Iran state media Tasneem. Oh, look at the fire. More fire. Look at that shot of the fire being attacked, being addressed by the attempting to put out the fire right there in this building in Belfast. Now I'm in front of it. Iran state media Tasneem says Iran will respond to U.S. aggression. Okay, that is from Iran state media Tasneem. They say Iran will respond to the U.S. aggression. They say as Iran, hold on a second here. As Iran warned a few hours ago, says Iran state media, it will give a decisive response to the U.S. aggression carried out under the pretext of the downing of the Apache helicopter. So Iran is vowing to do something or other. I'm seeing a glow in the middle of the screen right there, clearly. Oh, hold on. I'm here. Is Kuwait and Bahrain? Are there sirens in Kuwait? Hold on a moment. I'm not sure. Iran state media claims there are defense systems active in Bahrain and Kuwait. I have yet to see that officially confirmed. I see no confirmation of that, but Iran state media is claiming it. Ali BK mentioned that CNN had a report about some quote. A U.S. official told CNN the new strikes are intended as a warning. A U.S. official told CNN that the new strikes are intended as a warning shot at Iran and that the U.S. believes they won't hinder negotiations to end the war. Okay? That is a quote from CNN. Thanks to Ali BK for finding that. I've seen no confirmation of the claim from Iran state media that there is sirens going off in Kuwait and Bahrain. Now what's that? Is that another fire? What is the helicopter seeing over there? Is that another fire? Look at this. The helicopter is, what am I looking at? It's hard to see. Is that a fire in the street, maybe? There was a fire in the street before. Is that the same fire that was in the middle of the street? I can't see. Or is it on a roof? It's so hard to, I can't quite make it out. Some of our viewers think it's a roof. In case you're wondering, the Belfast sunset time is late around this time of year. Sunset in Belfast is 9:58 p.m. on June 9th. 9:58 p.m. is when sunset is. Currently it's 11:09, but the sunset was only like an hour and 10 minutes ago. Now, at a certain point, we're going to lose the helicopter because it'll have to refuel. I don't know if that's happening right now. Barack Ravid says, hold on a moment. Barack Ravid said on N12 News, Barack Ravid says that a senior American official says the operation in Iran continues. We are prepared for a series of several more attacks. Is that a fire there? Oh, is that a different location? That looks like a fire in a different building. Now, I know a Middle Eastern grocery had been reportedly set on fire. I don't know if that's it. I don't know if that's a new fire, if that's the same one that says Evergreen there. That might be a fire that was already happening that they're working on putting out. I don't know that we saw that before, though. I have not heard any reports from Kuwait or Bahrain that they are having sirens there. Again, another fire being attended to by firefighters in Belfast right now. The Northern Ireland police said about an hour ago, "We want to reiterate that the 30-year-old man charged with attempted murder, possession of an article with blade or point in a public place, and threats to kill remains in police custody in a police station and is due to appear in court on Wednesday, tomorrow." This is, again, protests after a man originally from Sudan who several years ago, I believe in 2023, claimed asylum in Belfast. Did he claim the asylum in Belfast? He's been in Belfast for several years after claiming asylum. He originally was from Sudan. He allegedly attacked brutally. I mean, there's video of this attack floating around another man in Belfast last night. And in response, protests breaking out in Belfast tonight. Thank you, Ray2071. Thanks to Red Squirrel. Red Squirrel says, "I have family who lives in Belfast. My dad was born in Belfast." Thanks, Denise Freeman. Thanks, Stuart Anderson. Thank you, Stuart. And you can see them there continuing to fight a fire in this building. Roulette thinks the building is an African shop. I don't know if that's the case. I'd have to look up and try to find it on Google Maps or something. I'm going to look and see if I can find it in front of me here. Okay, now I found it on Google Maps, and I'm going to look and see. Well, I looked it up on Google Maps, but I'm not seeing, I don't know if I have the right one, but I don't see the Evergreen store there. Oh, no, that's right. That is the location. Yes. Yes, that is the location. According to Google Maps, this store is an African goods store called Muda African Shop. Thanks to our viewer for mentioning it, because I just looked it up. 383 Shankill Road, Belfast. You can clearly see that that is the location on Google Maps. Mayor News says drones spotted in Iraqi skies. So Iranian state media is claiming that there are drones in the skies of Iraq. Now I don't know if that's true. They're saying they're like they're posting, so reposting social media posts. They're not announcing it. They're saying we're seeing this on social media. So I cannot confirm those reports from Iranian state media. You'd think they would very well know if Iran has fired drones, but sometimes they just talk about what social media is saying. Again, this is an African goods shop. Was it targeted? I mean, it could have been targeted intentionally because it was an African goods shop. I don't know. I can't confirm that. But that's the location. No, in spite of some people claimed that Iran had fired missiles in the chat. Big surprise, they did not provide any sourcing for their claim. I have not seen any reports of that at this point. If I see it, I'll let you know. I have not seen any reports of this. If I see something, I will let you know as soon as I see it. Nothing in Iranian state media about it. But I'll let you know as soon as I hear more. The camera is moving around. The helicopter camera is moving around again. Helicopter camera in Belfast is moving around again. Where's it going to go next? For a while, it was really crazy on the camera. You had multiple buildings on fire, multiple helicopters on fire in different locations. It was really crazy for a while. I'm not aware of big new fires at the moment. We've seen in recent minutes firefighters at multiple locations trying to put out existing fires. Oh, hold on a second. Hang on. Sorry, I don't know why this. Got to look into this. You can see water being poured there. Looks like a burnt car right there. Couple burnt cars. Two right behind each other. Two burnt cars. Peace Froggy, our viewer, says, I am from West Belfast. I do not support this. Keshav says it's raining here. Keshav Kaura. That was like 40 minutes ago. Are you talking about Belfast? The Google says Belfast, UK weather cloudy and 49 Fahrenheit, 9 Celsius. But there's rain in the forecast. It could be raining right now. I'm not sure. Can't speak right this second. I'm not hearing about new U.S. strikes at the moment. I believe Iranian state media said, where is it here? ISNA, which is an Iranian media outlet, ISNA Iran says the situation now is reported to be calm. It seems the American attacks in the south of Iran have subsided for now, and the situation is reported to be calm. So we'll have to see if Iran responds. I assume they will do something. Yes, Iranian state television, IRIB, IRIB, same thing. The wave of American attacks in southern Iran has subsided, and the situation is now reported to be calm. So, what is going to happen? Are we going to see more protest activity tonight in Belfast? I don't know. It is 11:27 p.m. there. Thank you to Rivka Spronk for your support. Dennis, Free Your Mind for your support. Anonymous Gifter on Twitch, thank you. Very busy tonight, and we're waiting for what I would think might be some sort of Iranian response to the U.S. strikes. Kevin Scott, who's with the Belfast Telegraph, 15 minutes ago said several homes remain on fire off Crumlin Road in North Belfast. The Irish news reports some residents had to be evacuated from their homes in East Belfast following fires. Uh-oh, we might have lost the camera. We'll see. That might be it for the camera for now. For now. Let me check. Let me check and see. But that might be it for the camera for now. I'm watching it for several hours. Let me do a quick check here. Live ended. So we'll see. That live ended. We'll keep an eye out for more coverage from Belfast. At the moment, we weren't seeing a lot new on that camera, so I'll have to wait and see what kind of reports come out about that. Give me a moment here. And we're going to talk about Iran as well. Here, by the way, is what CENTCOM posted earlier. Wasn't able to show this on the air. Oh, what I should probably do, I should show you guys what officials said a little earlier today in Northern Ireland. We haven't even looked at that. I might show you that in a second. So here's what CENTCOM said. This was posted. When was this posted? About an hour ago. Posted at about an hour ago. CENTCOM said that U.S. forces began launching self-defense strikes against Iran at 5 p.m. Eastern today, at the Commander-in-Chief's direction in response to yesterday's downing of a U.S. Army Apache helicopter. The mission is a proportional response to unjustified Iranian aggression. And Trump said on Truth Social today, he said, this was hours ago. Oops. He said hours ago, I have just been informed by our great military that last night the Iranians shot down one of our highly sophisticated Apache helicopters while patrolling over the Strait of Hormuz. There were 2 pilots involved. Both are safe and uninjured. Nevertheless, the United States must, of necessity, respond to this attack, which we've been seeing over the past hour or so. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Now, give me a moment here. So we're going to keep you updated on Iran and also Belfast here. I do want to maybe show you some of what the authorities said about the attack last night. In Belfast. Oh, Faytuck's News mentioned that the Iranian foreign minister posted. Thanks, Faytuck News, for pointing that out. Here is a new post from the Iranian foreign minister Araghchi. He says, despite its defeats on the battlefield, the U.S. opted to test our determination. Our powerful armed forces will leave no attack or threat unanswered. Leave our region if you want to be safe. History of the Persian Gulf has many chapters on dire fates of intruding outsiders. Then there's a image that says Forever Persian Gulf. I think the Trump administration refers to it as the Arabian Gulf, not the Persian Gulf. Persian would be Iran, a reference to Iran. Now, I think we should do this. I think we should do this. Yes, the U.S. strikes were in retaliation for the helicopter being downed. And we're going to bring you more updates as things develop. Why don't we take a look at, I think we should take a look at what officials said in Belfast earlier today. That's what I think we should do. Because we haven't even had a chance to look at that yet. Give me a moment here. Okay, by the way, thanks so much to our moderators who are here. I really appreciate all of our moderators. Ruth and Danny James, they're here right now. Beth Mythical, Roberts May Queen, and all of our other moderators on YouTube. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha moderate for us on X. Our Twitch moderators, Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, and Surly Div. Thank you. And our Facebook moderators, Darren Charlo, thanks for moderating. Kay Lowry Body, thank you. And thanks, what's her name? And Deadwing for your support. Now, here's what we're going to do. We're going to put this on the screen for you right now. This. Now, why is that being weird? Hold on. Hang on. Let's try this again. Let's try this again. Okay, now let's show you what leaders in Northern Ireland had to say earlier today about this Belfast attack. And while we're watching this, I'm going to be keeping an eye on things to let you know if there's new developments. So this is earlier today, Belfast, Northern Ireland. Just to give you a little background about what happened. Oops, that's obviously too big. I said Orland. It's not Orland. That is a typo. And I'm also checking for updates coming out of Iran as well. All right, let's listen a little on what the Northern Ireland leadership, Northern Ireland leaders had to say about this attack last night. If this works here. Oops, you know what I have to do? The volume. Need the volume. Here it is. I think this is right when they come out. There they go. All right, so let's listen to a little of this. This was earlier today in Belfast.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Last night's attack in North Belfast was horrific and shocking. Many people are feeling angry and many people are feeling deeply distressed, which is entirely understandable. Violence like this has no place in our community, and my thoughts are very much with the injured man, his loved ones, and everyone that's been affected by this horrific attack. I want to firstly thank the emergency services and all of those who responded at the scene, and in particular I pay tribute to the members of the local community and to the PSNI officers who showed courage by putting themselves in harm's way to help bring this vicious attack to an end. We've been in contact throughout the course of today with the Chief Constable, with local representatives, with officials, and we will continue to work closely with all relevant authorities in the days ahead. I give my full support to the community during this extremely difficult time. I urge people to allow the PSNI the space and the time that they require to carry out a full and thorough investigation. The person who is responsible for this horrible crime must face justice and must face the full force of the law.
There isn't a single person who watched what happened last night that isn't entirely horrified. The scenes witnessed last night in North Belfast were brutal, disgusting and horrific. People are angry. People are frightened. And above all, people deserve to feel safe in their own communities and to have confidence in the systems that are meant to protect them. We understand that the suspect was in Northern Ireland on a 5-year visa and entered Northern Ireland via Dublin. This was someone who came here to live within our community and yet has committed an act of appalling, barbaric violence. People legitimately need to be reassured that their concerns are not only being listened to, but taken seriously. The criminal justice process must be allowed to take place. We need a swift conviction, and on conviction, this dangerous man must be deported immediately. The safety of our communities must come first. My message is clear. I hear your concerns. They must be taken seriously. And in the meantime, I really genuinely appeal for calm across all of our communities.
I think all of us were horrified at what we witnessed unfolding last night in North Belfast. And I understand that many people in that community this morning will be traumatised, they will be fearful, and they will be angry at what unfolded on their doorstep. And they have every right to be so. My thoughts are with the individual who suffered grievous injuries and is now in hospital, and I hope that he will recover from those injuries. However, those who ran at their own peril to save him showed courage that I think needs to be paid tribute to also, as do I want to pay tribute to the emergency services and first responders who arrived on the scene and sought to save a man's life. And our thoughts, I think, are all with him and with his family today. There will, of course, be those who wish to take the pain, the suffering, the fear, the genuine concern in those communities and weaponise it for other purposes. I would appeal to communities not to allow themselves to be used and abused in that way, to remain calm, to allow the police to do their work in terms of their investigation, and to allow the justice system to hold the individual responsible to account for what was a shockingly barbaric attack on our streets. We do not want police resources and other people to be caught up in what could become a very heated situation. We want the police to be able to focus on this investigation and deliver the justice that the victim and his family and the wider community deserves. We also know that there are many in our community today who are fearful, who are afraid because they fear that others will associate them with the person who was involved in this attack. We need to reassure them too that their safety, along with everyone else's safety, is our primary concern. Everyone in Northern Ireland should be safe on our streets. Everyone in Northern Ireland should know that they have a safe place here, and it is my job and the job of all of us in government to make sure that that is the case. And like others before me, I want to appeal for calm. I do not want to see people unnecessarily criminalised, unnecessarily in trouble with the law. Allow the justice system to take its course and allow people to be held accountable for their actions under that regime.
On behalf of the Policing Board, I condemn this horrific attack. Naturally, our thoughts are with the victim, his loved ones, and all those who witnessed this terrifying incident. And we thank the police officers and ambulance service as first responders, along with those individuals who stepped forward to intervene and ultimately saved the victim's life. I would ask people to desist from speculation about the incident, especially online. Such speculation only feeds fear. Allow the police to investigate and to provide clarity. We understand the community concern, but this is a time for calm heads, to allow the police to do their job. It is not a time for protest. Bringing disruption onto the streets and into communities will serve no purpose. It will only serve to divert policing resources from people in real need of police help. As a community, we must stand united against hatred and against violence. And we thank the political leaders who are working, political and civic leaders who are working with the police at this time to calm tensions. I would ask anyone with information with regard to the incident to contact police directly or through the Crime Stoppers helpline.
Thank you for coming, everybody. In the earlier PSNI press conference, Assistant Chief Constable Ryan Henderson described how this morning many people would have woken to the very distressing and harrowing images of the attack in Belfast at around about 10:30 p.m. last night. My thoughts, and I know the thoughts of everybody here, are with the victim of that attack and his family. And that should be the case for everybody in Northern Ireland. The man, who's aged in his 40s, was seriously injured in that attack. I want to especially acknowledge the courage of those members of the public who ran towards danger to intervene and help the injured man, and the PSNI officers who arrived so quickly to arrest the offender. I have absolutely no doubt that those members of the public saved that man's life. What we know so far: this attack happened in Kinnaird Avenue area of Belfast last night at around about 10:30 p.m. Officers arrived within a few short minutes at the scene to detain and arrest the suspect and administer first aid to the victim. Colleagues from the Northern Ireland Ambulance Service arrived a short time after. The victim was taken to hospital with significant injuries. The suspect, a man in his 30s, we now understand to be Sudanese, was arrested at the scene on suspicion of attempted murder. He remains in custody, and at this time we are not seeking anyone else in connection with what happened last night. What is believed to be a kitchen knife was recovered at the scene. It's my understanding that the suspect was granted leave to remain in the United Kingdom on the 28th of September of 2023. Again, this is to be confirmed, but I'm informed that he made his way from Sudan to Paris at dates unknown, and from Paris he flew to Dublin at a date yet to be determined. From my current understanding, he then travelled from Dublin to Belfast by bus on the 10th of February of 2023 and claimed asylum on that date. There is no trace of this suspect on any of our national security databases, and he was not known to the Police Service of Northern Ireland. I've been in direct contact with the head of the counter-terrorism policing in the UK. At this stage, we have no information to suggest that this was terrorist-related. I do appreciate the nature of the attack has led to speculation it is terrorist-related. However, there is nothing to suggest that that is the case. It's still the early stages of the investigation, and if that changes, we will update you. This vile attack has sent shockwaves throughout all of our communities. I want to reassure all of them that your safety is our absolute priority, and we're engaged with those communities, with residents and with our political parties and leaders to provide reassurance and support. There will be an increased police presence across Northern Ireland this evening and in the coming days to provide help, support and reassurance for all our communities and to keep everybody safe. There is considerable posting on social media. I appeal for everyone to be mindful of what they view and share online. Sharing footage risks causing further trauma to the injured man's family and loved ones and may impact on this investigation. We are aware, of course, of protest activity being discussed across Northern Ireland this evening, and we continue to monitor this very carefully. And I understand that last night's attempted murder will leave people feeling enraged with emotions from fear to anger. But please, please, let the PSNI, let the police do their job, unfettered and undistracted by wider concerns there may be about disorder. In August 2024 and June of 2025, we saw disturbances in Northern Ireland that benefited no one. Those disturbances resulted in damage to our own communities and the criminalising of our own young people. Do not let people who know nothing about Northern Ireland impact on the behaviours of our people in Northern Ireland from afar through social media. Remember the actions, forgive me, of those members of the public They truly define our society in Northern Ireland. They saved a man's life last night. Do not let the actions of that man impact on any further harm to anybody else in Northern Ireland. Let us do our job. Act responsibly. Do not let anybody be subject to any further criminal investigation because of what happened last night. Let the criminal justice course take its course. I think we're now happy to take questions. So if I go first with regards to legal status. So I think lawyers will debate the legal status of this individual for weeks, months and maybe even years to come. There was nothing to prevent that individual from coming into this country, and he sought leave to remain through his asylum application. His status when he crossed that border is still undetermined by us, but it's something that we'll be looking at and will come out in the fullness of time.
Yeah, I think I agree with the Chief Constable. I think that people shouldn't jump to assumptions. We don't have the full picture here, so I think that's important to say. I think for today, the main focus of all of us, certainly collectively, standing here together today, is to appeal for calm. It's also to ensure that we reflect where we know people are, because I think people are feeling fearful, people are feeling angry, people are feeling a bag of emotions about what they have witnessed over the course of yesterday evening and into this morning. But my message today is one of calm, and don't allow those people that don't care about people here to incite hatred, to incite fear. Don't allow those people who are faceless to orchestrate campaigns and on the streets. I think that is something that I would want to underline from today's press conference.
First of all, I welcome that the PSNI have communicated a significant amount of detail in relation to the man that has been arrested for this horrendous criminal offence. That is something I think that across the UK, the PSNI and other police forces have learnt. I called this morning whenever I was speaking to the Chief Constable and again in the Chamber for the maximum amount of information to be given to people, because I think people have the right to know. In terms of the information that we have heard thus far, and I accept that there will be more details to come out, but what is clear is that this was a man that went through a number of other safe countries before he came to Northern Ireland. I was on a call just last Wednesday, a UK-wide call on immigration, and I raised both of those key issues. First of all, the issue in relation to the Irish border. We have been aware for some considerable time that there are people coming across the Irish border to claim asylum in Northern Ireland. Those people, very often, we do not know their background, we do not know the routes that they come through, and we do not know if they have any convictions or any history in another jurisdiction. So I raised that issue to the UK Immigration Minister as a concern, and asked once again for action on that, because this is not the first time that I have raised that as well. I also raised the issue of those who come to the United Kingdom and subsequently commit offences, that the UK must be able to deport those individuals much more swiftly than they have done thus far. So both of those issues I raised last Wednesday. But I absolutely agree with others here today that what we need today is calm across Northern Ireland, across our communities. Any kind of disorder only serves to wreck our own communities. It doesn't serve any purpose. But I think importantly, people must know that their legitimate concerns and issues are being listened to. Politics must work for the communities we serve. Communities must feel that the protections that are in place are working to keep them safe. And I think that's why people are worried, that's why people are concerned tonight. And the UK Government, and indeed here at the Assembly, we must listen and we must take action.
Well, I think it's very important that we do, as the Chief Constable suggested, and allow this police investigation to take its course. It's very early in that investigation, and there will be further discussions as to how someone came to be here and so on. But irrespective of how they arrived here and what their status was when they were here, what happened last night was horrific and it was unacceptable. And the important thing now is that the police can ensure that all of their focus is on ensuring that this is felt the full force of the law, that it's brought to court and that it's properly litigated in that way. It's important that they are not distracted by other issues in the community, and that's why we're here collectively appealing for calm. We know that people are horrified. We were all horrified. It is a frightening thing to see that unfold online in the way that we did. And of course, if you live in that community or in another community, you will be fearful that the same could happen there. And it is right that we should respond to that. But it is important that in our response, it is about protecting everyone in our community from further harm. And that requires us to do what we have had to do on so many difficult occasions before, to come together, to stay united and to work together as a community to create the kind of safe space that everyone can flourish in, and not to leave people feeling vulnerable. I don't want to see a repeat of this on our streets. I have raised the issue with the Home Office in the past around trafficking, both human trafficking and other trafficking across the border. I've raised it also with Jim O'Callaghan, though it is more for the Home Office to do so. But I recognise that there are challenges when you can travel freely, and what we don't want on either side of the border is to see the common travel area being exploited for ill purposes. We have been clear about that. The important thing, however, now is not to demonise any particular community, any particular group of people, or to put people at risk, because there are many people that I've spoken to already today who are fearful about whether or not they will be safe when they return home, about whether they are safe on public transport and to go about their lives and to go to work and do all the things they normally do. That can't be good either for people who have lived here all their lives or for people who have come to make this their home. So we need to create safe communities where everyone is safe, and that's why we're appealing for calm.
Folks, just to make you all aware, the bell is going to go at 4:40, so we'll just keep going as long as we can. Jane,
Afternoon, everyone. Chief Constable, you know what happened from last summer. We previously talked about your fears and concerns about potential summer discontent again. But I know what happened last night. I worry about it now. And to the ministers, there are members of the minority ethnic community here who are all listening to this. What can you say to reassure them that your concerns will be about potential retaliation?
So if I begin, obviously I alluded to what we've seen in 2024 and 2025. People who contribute positively to society in Northern Ireland were attacked last year and the year before. The person responsible for this vile attack is in custody. Let the criminal justice process take its course. We have got incredible communities across Northern Ireland. The challenge we face with today's online toxic nature and the inciting of hatred is that that manifests itself by people doing things that they would not ordinarily do. And they are incited by people who are faceless and know nothing about this brilliant, vibrant place. I said earlier, what defined Northern Ireland last night was the reaction of the neighbours of that victim in going to his aid, without any fear for their own safety. That's the Northern Ireland that I know. And I appeal again, and that's why we're all here today, for everybody who is repulsed by what happened last night to understand the person responsible is in custody. Where there are any concerns about immigration, let's have those through a political debate. Let the criminal justice process take its course. And let's just remember that all of our communities in Northern Ireland almost entirely contribute positively to this place, and don't be fooled or duped into a trap by people online inciting awful behaviour.
and just to chime with that very much, I say as First Minister to all of our migrant community that we have no tolerance for sectarianism, for hatred, for division. And to all those people out there that are stoking up tensions, particularly in that social media space, who have no care or interest in the people here, but are happy to, raise tensions, I say they do not represent us. This is a society that is welcoming, that is inclusive. We are good people. And I said to everybody out there, I don't want to see any person living in fear, and we need to say no to racism, no to hatred, no to sectarianism that is out there in our society. What happened last night was horrific. People need to separate those things out.
Yeah, look, I think people want to have a conversation about immigration. I think communities are very concerned about what is happening. No community wants a dangerous person living within their community. And I do think that people are very frightened about that. That is an entirely separate debate, and I think what we're seeing very often is that frustration from people that their genuinely held concerns are not taken seriously, and there's not the action to follow up to take those issues seriously. And that does, of course, go to the heart of discussions around immigration policy, and particularly discussions around vetting as part of that process. That is entirely separate from issues here in relation to a really genuinely valued part of our community. The people who come here to make Northern Ireland their home, they work in the hospitals, they absolutely hold up our core public services. They are working in our factories and businesses right throughout Northern Ireland. And I speak to those businesses on a regular basis, and I know that they would be completely lost without those hard-working people making such a valuable contribution. Our ethnic minority community in Northern Ireland also make such a valuable contribution to our community life, our cultural life. They are part of our community. And of course, when I say that all communities should be able to feel safe, should they be walking down a street or in their own home or in their workplace, then of course that includes everyone, regardless of your race, regardless of your nationality. So my message today is very clear to our ethnic minority community. You are valued, you are our community, you are part of Northern Ireland, and we will do everything that we can to protect you as well.
Clearly this is an incident where one individual was responsible. There are many dangerous individuals who live in Northern Ireland who were born here and have lived here all their lives. I grew up at a time in this place where my accent alone would have identified me when I went abroad as a potential threat in an airport or a potential threat in a community, and we were often abused for that. Though we shared nothing in common with those who were involved in that activity, we were all judged to be the same. I don't want that to happen to any person here because of the colour of their skin or their nationality or their background. This person is not representative of a whole community. He is an individual who should be held to account before the law. The only people who will be harmed if there is unrest on our streets are innocent people. The only thing that will be achieved is further victims. And so I'm asking for people to be calm, to be rational at a time when it is easy to be irrational because you're hurt, you're upset and you're angry, and because there are bad faith actors who want to stir trouble. It is not in the interests of anyone in Northern Ireland for us to see our community torn apart in these instances. And I understand that many people from our ethnic minority and foreign national community will be fearful today. They have lived through previous cycles of retribution when someone who happens to be from an ethnic minority background commits a crime. We don't do this for any other group, and we must not do it when it comes to ethnic minorities. One individual doing one awful act is not representative of everyone who lives in Northern Ireland, nor should we allow it to become so. And I would appeal to people to listen to what's been said today. The guilty person, as far as the police are concerned, is in custody. The only people who will be harmed if there is unrest will be those who are innocent.
So obviously, it's been alluded to in this press conference around some of the challenges we face in Northern Ireland. We'd already continged for challenges this summer. I was fearful because of what we've seen in the last 2 years that we could see a repetition. And last night's events obviously presents a challenge to us. But by us speaking so clearly now about the negative consequences of anybody doing anything that would result in anybody else being put in any way in danger or facing any harm, I'm hoping that sanity will prevail. And in the last 2 years, we've had so many young people in Northern Ireland whose lives have changed forever because they've gone in the criminal justice system, because we've identified them, we've arrested them, and we've successfully prosecuted them for disorder. Please don't do it. But we have got the resources to deal with this. We have already made contingencies around getting support from elsewhere. This is something that we're used to here. But I again appeal to everybody to please let sanity prevail. Nobody wants to see anything in this incredible place of Northern Ireland other than tranquility and people getting on together. And by the way, Northern Ireland is one of the safest places to live in the United Kingdom. Literally, almost the safest place to live. So let's remember that, and let's show that. And again, let's remember the community spirit here, which was demonstrated very clearly last night by the neighbours of this poor victim.
Quite the monologue there, Doug, and fake news, and on the day that's in it, totally inappropriate. I don't know any country that has open borders. I believe in an immigration system that is fair and managed and enforceable and compassionate and human rights compliant, but that is not the debate for today. The debate today is about our society, about our inclusive society, our welcoming society. Our conversation today is about our thoughts are very much with that gentleman who finds himself a victim of that violent and horrific attack last night. Our thoughts today are about creating calm in our society. So I think the message from here, from this platform, is very consistent, and I have no truck with your fake news.
But you didn't answer the question. What was your reason for the borders to stay?
I have no truck with your fake news. That is?
Oh. So, yeah, let me deal with that. Listen, the PSNI is probably the most transparent, open and accountable police service that there is in the United Kingdom. I would argue on the island of Ireland. We policed Scarva at the weekend. There were no arrests, there were no injuries. And I know there's been some public concern about the policing response, and we are meeting with community and political leaders to understand their perspective and to explain ours. And what we've done in recent years is show this organisation for the brilliant, brilliant police service it is. You will all have watched Peelers. I appeal to you to actually think about that. The officers who will be out there tonight, trying to do their best to provide community reassurance, are the officers that you've seen through that television programme. Ordinary people from across the communities in Northern Ireland trying to make this a better place. We're all in this together. And we must not let other people in any way provoke any activity that we do not want in our communities. So Scarva we will deal with, we'll be open, we'll be transparent, and we'll listen to what people have got to say, and we'll learn if we've got things wrong. But that's for another day. Today is about making sure people understand the consequences if they start to commit criminal acts, and understand the necessity to actually sit down together, work together, be together to make this a better place, and not allow that man last night who committed that crime to have any more infamy than he got from that video last night. Do not give it to him. Let's all behave ourselves, and let's think of the family of that poor victim and the victim himself.
Thank you.
Hey, I just saw an update from Iran. Iran state media Mer News says more explosions heard in Iran. Explosion heard again in Jask, Iran. According to Mer News, explosion heard again in Jask, Iran. So let me just, I'll show you that report in a second. Thanks Faytux Network for mentioning that Mer had posted. Give me a moment here. I'm going to put it up on the screen. Where did their post go? I was going to put the, hold on. Oopsie, where it went. I can't see their post anymore. Okay, hold on. Hang on. So we got to watch the press conference from earlier today, but I want to talk about Iran now. Give me a moment. Here is the post from Iranian state media. Let me just see here. Here. Explosion heard again in Jask City. A few minutes ago, the sound of explosions again was reported in the area of Jask City by local sources and residents in surrounding villages. Previously, attacks on Jask Port and Mount Mubarak had been confirmed tonight by informed sources, and this is the second wave of explosions since the early hours of this morning. Sounds like maybe more U.S. strikes in Iran. Investigations are ongoing to determine the exact nature of the explosion. Again, the U.S. said it is carrying out retaliation strikes on Iran after Iran shot down a U.S. helicopter last night. So we are, let me see if I have any other updates here. So maybe new strikes right now. Oh, Barack Ravid says second wave of U.S. strikes underway now. Barack Ravid, second wave of U.S. strikes underway now. That's I just saw that. He just reported that. According to a senior American official. Oh, what I gotta do is I gotta fix, hang on a moment. I'm gonna fix the graphic over my shoulder to mention both things, to mention both stories, which will take 2 seconds. So, new U.S. attacks happening now. Let me just fix the graphic over my shoulder. Hang on. New U.S. retaliatory strikes on Iran. Reportedly underway. Reportedly happening now. So that's what Barack Ravid just said. New second wave of U.S. retaliatory strikes happening now. I'd like to get a map up for you on the screen if I can. Give me a second. I'll do that. Bear with me. Pull up a map here. Okay, hang on one sec. Okay, here is a map while I check out. Oops. Here is a map. That's not what I want to do. There, that's what I wanted to do. Okay, let's see what updates we can get. And give me a second. Let's see what we hear. Quick thanks to Panergic Jester, Nashinas26, Jeff TE88 PFCR, Carolyn McCauley, thank you. Guinevere Wheeler, I Am Charlie, David Gardner, Space Fraggle, Tarot Oracle Original, Denise Freermind, C. Serwin, thank you. All right, so again, Barack Ravid reports new U.S. strikes underway. Barack Ravid reports the second wave of attacks is also on air defense batteries and radars. That is from Barack Ravid. Oops. Yeah, I'll put it on the screen in a second. There it is. Oopsie. Uh-oh. Where'd it go? There. Again, the second wave of attacks is also on air defense batteries and radars. That's according to a senior American official, according to Barack Ravid. What is Iran going to do in response? That's a whole other question. Several explosions in Jask, and about around 15 minutes ago. Several explosions in Jask around 15 minutes ago. That's according to Iranian ISNA News. It is currently, I believe, 2:52 a.m. in Iran. So again, second wave of U.S. strikes on Iran tonight, reportedly happening now. And Barak Ravid reports that it is like the first wave, attacks on air defenses and radars. If you missed it before, President Trump had said that an Apache helicopter had been shot down last night while patrolling over the Strait of Hormuz. There were 2 pilots involved, both safe and uninjured. He said the U.S. must respond to this attack. And CENTCOM announced that at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, roughly 2.5 hours ago, the U.S. had begun self-defense strikes against Iran. In the aftermath of this helicopter being shot down. In terms of oil price, hold on a second. The Brent crude, I think, is closed for an hour or two. WTI US crude, this is a 5-day chart. It's really not, we're not seeing a huge reaction to these strikes. So this is a 5-day chart, should be a 5-day chart from TradingView. And WTI crude is at 89.20 now. And, if you go back a couple hours, it was at 88.50 back at 4 p.m. Eastern. So it has not gone up that much, less than $1, it looks like, WTI crude, since these new retaliation strikes were announced. Oh, by the way, if you're wondering where JASC is, where we have heard that there are Iranian media reported explosions in JASC, there is JASC right there, Bandar-e-JASC. But it's here, so it's on the coast of Iran, southern coast, right near the Strait of Hormuz. That's where JASC is located. Oops. I am checking Iranian media for other updates. Thank you, Nashinas. Nashinas says too many love taps lately. We'll wait and see if there are more reports of explosions in Iran. Trying to get you more information here. As one of our viewers said, the word Bandar means port. Bandar-e-Jask is also known as Jask. That's where we know explosions have been heard, according to Iranian state media. Probably about, when was it? About 15 minutes ago? I think it was. Or maybe about 25 minutes ago. It's when those explosions were reported. But we'll see what else we hear. This is in response to Iran shooting down a U.S. Apache helicopter yesterday. Time in Iran right now is, hold on. Three a.m., I believe. I'm going to put it on the screen for you. There. Live Iran time, 3:01 a.m. Appreciate people being here for the live stream, for the coverage. If I see updates about Belfast, I will also let you know. Also waiting to see, how does Iran respond to these attacks by the U.S.? Here is what CENTCOM said earlier today. Oops. Earlier today, CENTCOM said that they began launching self-defense strikes at Iran at 5 p.m. Eastern Time at the Commander-in-Chief's direction in response to yesterday's downing of a U.S. Army Apache helicopter. The mission is a proportional response to unjustified Iranian aggression. I have not heard any new reports about strikes in Iran. About 30 minutes ago in Iran, there were reports of explosions in Jask, where the red marker is. I have not heard new reports about explosions in Iran. I think for the moment I can take off my headset. Don't need that for right now. Hey guys, if you post stuff in the chat that are news reports and you don't say where you're going to get it, where you get it, I'm going to time you out. We cannot have, and I will not allow, people to just be continuously, we have seen this already tonight. We had all these people an hour ago just posting in the chat that Iran had launched missiles when that was false. Now, if you want to post some kind of news report and say where you're hearing it, that's different. But we can't keep having people just posting this stuff in the chat and saying nothing about where it's gotten. Because most of the time, in my experience, the stuff turns out to be false and poorly sourced, if sourced at all. So I'm going to start timing people out. I don't want people being misleading other people in the chat. Doesn't take a long time to say where you're hearing something. Say what the source is. It's a few extra words. Nothing yet about anything more. We'll see what we hear. I am not aware of major new activity in Belfast. I will keep an eye on it and let you know. Hey, thanks to Red Squirrel and John LA 1776, also Stream Junkie and Corrine Amos. Hmm. Seeing some unconfirmed claims online that there was an explosion in Bandar Abbas. I haven't seen that from Iranian state media yet, so we'll see if they say anything about that. Thank you to Tickle My. Thanks for the memberships. I appreciate that, Tickle My. Also, thanks Naomi Russo and Tatsiki over on Twitch and D-Backs fan. Thank you. Now, I don't know. This is kind of, we heard about explosions in Jask like a half hour ago. I don't know if this is a new report or if it's just, I don't know if this is a new report or if it's just, a repeated report. Let me show you what Tasneem, Iranian state media, is saying. Tasneem. They say a few minutes ago the sound of explosions again was reported in the area of Jas City by local sources and residents in surrounding villages. This seems like the report we heard about 20 minutes ago. Previously, attacks on Jasport and Mount Mubarak had been confirmed by informed sources. This is the second wave of explosions since the early hours this morning. I don't believe this is new. I believe this is the same basic report as about 20, 25 minutes ago or a half an hour ago. I don't think this is a new report. It reads like the exact same report. So I don't take from this that 5 minutes ago there were more explosions. I mean, I'm guessing if there were, we'll hear it other places. Waiting to get more updates. Mawson log says, is there still a ceasefire? Not seeing anything else coming out of Iran at the moment. Daddy of 8 says retaliation strikes equals still a ceasefire. We're supposed to have coverage of Democrat Graham Plattner's speech tonight when that happens, so I'll throw that up on the screen when I see it. So waiting to hear more about this reported second wave of U.S. retaliation strikes. I have not heard more. Is Israel assisting with these strikes? I haven't heard reports that they are. I don't know for sure. By the way, Tasneem reported, this is what Tasneem said. So in the first wave of strikes, the U.S. said it hit, what was it? Oh, in the first wave of strikes, there were reports that, I talked about this earlier. Barak Ravid had reported that in the first wave, the U.S. attacked several Iranian air defense systems and radar systems. And reportedly, he reported that in the second wave, it's the same types of targets. Tasneem Iran State Media had posted about an hour ago saying no commercial port on Keshem Island had been targeted by enemy projectiles. Following a hearing of 6 explosions in Keshem, some news channels reported an attack on a commercial port. They say there was no commercial port attacked in Keshem. Also, they claim that 2 water tanks were hit and drinking water in the district has been cut off. Is that true? I don't know. That would be in their interest propaganda-wise to claim that the U.S. had attacked drinking water. I cannot verify that that is the case. Here's a headline from earlier in the evening from Reuters. U.S. launches new strikes on Iran after helicopter downed. The U.S. Tuesday launched strikes against Iran after President Trump said Iran had shot down a U.S. Apache helicopter in the Strait of Hormuz, deepening doubts over a potential peace deal and further straining a fragile ceasefire. President Trump told ABC News tonight, "I believe the response to the helicopter being shot down should be very strong, very powerful, and that's what this one is." Iran state media reported that Keshem Island in the Strait of Hormuz was attacked, and a projectile hit was confirmed in the port city of Sirak on the strait. Sounds of explosions were heard in nearby Bandar Abbas and later in the vicinity of Jas County near the entrance to the strait, said Iranian media. Iran's foreign minister, in response to the first wave of strikes, said that Iran would leave no attack or threat unanswered. 2 U.S. pilots involved in that helicopter incident were uninjured, according to Trump. The Apache was brought down by a one-way Iranian attack drone, according to a U.S. official who spoke on condition of anonymity. Trump had told the Wall Street Journal today that the helicopter incident was not a big deal, and it stressed that the pilot is fine. That's what Trump said. The U.S. military's Central Command has not given any official reason for the crash yet. It said soldiers were rescued after 2 hours and they were in stable condition, a more cautious assessment than Trump's description. That helicopter went down around 3 a.m. on Tuesday in waters near Oman's coast. A U.S. Navy surface drone found and rescued the 2 crew, the U.S. military said. Again, a U.S. Navy surface drone found and rescued the 2 crew. Thanks, Melanie Leary, 13W. I appreciate it. Thank you. Brownie says they're lucky the helicopter crashed near the water and not right in the mainland. I don't know that, why did this helicopter get shot down? Was it just kind of luck? Is Iran have any kind of new capability they didn't have before? Don't know. No, there are no live cams from Iran that I have. Let me, I need to take 1 minute here. I just need 1 minute. I just need 1 minute, folks. I do here. Oh. Putting that there. All right, just give me 1 minute. 1 minute, guys. Hold on. Thank you for your patience. Let's see, do we have any new reports here? Vahid Online reports explosions in Bandar Abbas just a few minutes ago, just in the last 5 to 10 minutes. Okay? In the last few minutes. Explosions heard, several explosions heard in Bandar Abbas. Vahid Online reports several explosions heard in Bandar Abbas, Iran, in the last few minutes. Iran time now, 3:26 a.m. I just saw these reports from Vahid Online. He gets reports from Iran. It's reliable too. Someone said they heard 2 explosions in Bandar Abbas 8 and 7 minutes ago. Someone said 5 minutes ago 2 major explosions in Bandar Abbas. Someone said about 3 minutes ago consecutive explosions. A lot of people told Vahid Online multiple explosions in Bandar Abbas about in the last 5-10 minutes. Bandar Abbas, I'll show you, is there. See, it says Bandar Abbas. That's right near the Strait of Hormuz, southern Iran, right near the Strait of Hormuz. Give me a second here. It's where the marker is. Shin also reports a blast in Bandar Abbas. I follow Shin for reports on Iran. Mohammed Awais, who I follow for Middle Eastern reports, he says, hearing the sound of explosions in Bandar Abbas. Oh, Mer News says explosion heard in Sirik. Explosion heard in Sirik city, Iran. I'll show you that report in a second. Iran State Media Mer, new explosion in Sirik. Oops. Here is the report from Iran's state media right here. Explosion heard in Sirik. No reports of defense activity in Keshem. A few minutes ago, another explosion was reported in the Sirik city area by local sources and residents of nearby villages. Investigations by Mirror reporters show the attack was related to the coastal strip of the city. In the early hours of Wednesday morning, a couple hours ago around, the American enemy also attacked points in Sirik County, including, they claim, 2 water storage facilities. Some news channels claim that there's air defense firing in Keshem Island, but no firing or defense activity has been reported in this area so far. And Sirik, I'll show you on the map in a moment here, is here. See, it says Sirik right there. So again, we're hearing about locations hit near the Strait of Hormuz, which is in here. Sirik and Bandar Abbas. No, this would be the second wave of retaliation attacks. I've seen no official statement about these new strikes, the latest ones from the last few minutes, this new wave. Mayor News also says explosions heard in Bandar Abbas and Keshem. Keshem is the island here off the coast of Bandar Abbas. So Mayor News, Iran state media, says explosions were heard in Bandar Abbas and Keshem. They are investigating the source and nature of the explosions. Thank you, Stephen Briones, for your support. Very much appreciated. Thanks, B. Erhard. Thank you. And Melanie Leary, thank you. We are bringing you the latest updates. Thanks also so much Byte Mode for the membership. Shout out to all of our moderators. I so appreciate you being here. Ruth and Byte Mode, Danny James, Roberts May Queen over on YouTube. Big thank you. And on Twitch, Big Ball of Yarn, Good Luck Duck, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Co, High 3, Sarah, and Surly Dev. Thank you. Linda Bell, Clary, Misha over there on X. Michael Fergal, Kay Lowry Body, Andrea Holder on Facebook, thank you. Darren Charlo as well. Paul Anderson as well. Quick shout out to our Twitch subscribers. Seed Music, Time Lapse, Tenfold, Midtown Mike, Travrake, AFK Alien, Wall Street Shaggy, and who else did I miss? Mr. Bigley Uncredible, Jim Aconius. Jim, I don't have any new updates about the condition of the supreme leader in Iran. I do not have any new updates I have seen. Trump's pool guy, My Mind Spray, Anatolian Alt, Jax Haku, thanks for subscribing on Twitch. Kendra Fox, Naomi Russo, thank you. Thanks, Naomi, for your support. Much appreciated. Oh, Barack Ravid now says a third wave of attacks has begun in Iran. I guess the second wave already happened. Barack Ravid says a third wave. I guess the second one was, what, 40 minutes ago? I thought the second wave maybe was still going. That is new from Barack Ravid. We didn't hear much about the second wave. I'll show you the Barack Ravid report. Here is the Barack Ravid report. It's not very long. Barack Ravid, senior American official, third wave of attacks has begun in Iran. How many waves will there be, says Dr. Heaton? I don't know. I don't know how big the second wave was. We didn't hear much about it. Hang on a moment. CH said, 8CH says, Trump said it would be proportional. Oh, Vahid Online reported that about in the last few minutes, there was some sort of explosion reported in Jam, Iran, I guess, which is in Bushehr province. Now, Jam is in southern Iran, but on the coast of the Persian Gulf. That's Jam, Iran, right there, where that red marker is. So Vahid Online reports in the last 5-10 minutes, getting reports of new explosion or explosion in Jam, Iran. Shin says blast heard in Kesham Island just now. That's according to Shin, who I follow, reporting a blast heard on Kesham Island, which is over here. Strait of Hormuz is in here. Kesham Island is here. So more U.S. strikes on Iran reportedly happening in the last few minutes. Erna says 4 explosions in Bandar Abbas about 15 minutes ago. That's from Iran State Media Erna. I said it was 3:24 a.m., which would be about 20 minutes ago. Iran State Media Erna. 4 explosions heard in Bandar Abbas around 20 minutes ago. Let me show you that report from Erna. Four explosions were heard in Bandar Abbas City, Iran. Several consecutive explosions were heard in Bandar Abbas City at around 3:24 a.m., about 20 minutes ago. On Wednesday, the exact location and cause of which are still unknown. According to Erna, the sound of these explosions, which numbered about 4, was heard in most parts of Bandar Abbas City, and our reporter is following up on the cause and course of events. No official source has yet commented on these explosions. Around 1 p.m., this is almost 3 hours ago, there were explosions heard in Keshem, Sirak, and Jask Islands from the first wave. Shin reports, thanks to our viewer for mentioning this, report of 2 missiles launched from Iran by Shin. Unconfirmed report of 2 missiles launched from Iran by Shin. So has Iran started launching missiles in response? Third missile. Shin just reported that he's hearing reports of 3 missiles launched from Iran. I'll show you here from Shin's account what Shin posted. You can follow Shin at hey_my turn. Hey_it's my turn. So Shin says ballistic missile launch from Shahin Shar, Isfahan province. 2 were spotted by the eyewitness. This is eyewitness reports from Iran. And then 3rd ballistic missile spotted over Shahin Shar in Isfahan province in Iran. So unconfirmed report of missiles launching from Iran. Now, if they are being launched, where are they being launched at? Again, unconfirmed report of missiles launched from Iran. Give me a second here. Give me a second. Oh, hey guys, on Intel cams, I'm seeing stuff on camera one, Urmia missile site, but that could be like I'm seeing some flashes on Intel cams on the Urmia missile site. Intel cams on YouTube. I can. They're showing. There are flashes. I don't know if that's air defense or what. There's a bunch of flashes going off at the Urmia missile site, Iran. I don't know what that is. Some things flying through the sky. I don't know if they're launching things or things are coming in or what. But again, Urmia missile site on Intel cams. Oh, actually, hold on a second. So I saw several flashes on that camera. I don't know what it is. Now, those didn't look like bugs. Those looked like significant flashes. It's on Intel cams on YouTube. Shin says several more blasts in Keshem Island. Shin is hearing a report of several more explosions in Keshem Island. I don't know where that missile site is in Iran. Urmia missile site? Is there a town called Urmia? There is an Urmia, Iran, I think. Urmia, yes, is in west. Urmia is in west of Iran. I'll show you where that is. There's Urmia, Iran, in the west northwest of Iran. So I don't know if the flashes were from firings or something else. Oh, Tasneem, state media Iran, says some unconfirmed reports indicate the destruction of an American drone in the sky over the city of Jam in the south of the country. So Iran state media's Tasneem says there are unconfirmed reports of a drone being shot down. Oh, Mayor News says this is the umpteenth time the sound of an explosion has been heard on Keshem Island. They literally said umpteenth. That's the translation of what they said. Iran State Media Mayor. Explosion heard in Keshem. This is the umpteenth time the sound of an explosion has been heard on Keshem Island. I'll show you. Look, explosion heard in Keshem. This is the umpteenth time the sound of an explosion has been heard on Keshem Island. Explosions had previously been heard in Bandar Abbas, Sirik, and Jask Mer. Yeah, I don't know, again, what the exact, I don't know what the exact Persian language words were used and all that, so. Why is this doing this? I also don't know if in the first couple waves were they targeting air defenses so they could target other things in the following waves. That I don't know. I have not heard of any new. Shin had said he'd gotten reports of some missile launches. I haven't heard any updates about that. Missiles launched from Iran. No updates on that. Seeing other reports online claiming there's a bunch of explosions on Keshem Island. Iran state media said a bunch of explosions on Keshem. Keshem Island is right here. It's this island here, next to the Strait of Hormuz. Now, I don't know where Ali BK is getting this. Ali BK, who I follow, claims that there's missiles launched from Bandar Abbas towards the Gulf waters. I don't know if that's true or not. But definitely hearing a lot of reports of explosions the last few minutes. I cannot confirm that there have been any missiles launched from Iran. There's been some unconfirmed reports online claiming this, but I cannot confirm whether there has been any. But clearly there are a bunch of explosions that have been heard in recent minutes in Iran. Well, someone said I don't see any red alerts. If Iran fired missiles, they don't have to fire them at Iran. They don't have to fire them at Israel. They could fire them at other Gulf countries. They could fire them at U.S. ships, for example, or other ships. Oh, hold on. I think Graham Plattner is going to be speaking soon in Maine. So I want to show you when he speaks. Graham Plattner. Give me a quick moment here. He's going to be running against, hold on. Presumably he's going to be running against Susan Collins. He's a Democratic candidate for Senate. They're having their primary tonight. So I'll keep an eye on that. Can cut in and show you some of that when he speaks. Again, unconfirmed reports in Iranian media of a drone shot down. U.S. drone over Iran. Over the city of Jam. Oh, Shin just posted that he got a report of a loud explosion in Avaz, Khuzestan province, Iran. Eyewitness believes it was a strike. Possible explosion in Avaz, Iran, which is in western Iran there. Was there actually an explosion there in a strike? I do not know. Yeah, Vahid Online is reporting the same thing. Vahid Online also says about 4 minutes ago, an explosion was heard in Avaz, western Iran. Thanks to our new members, I am Talk, Mr. Rubix, Kevin L, our member, LB5967, our member. Thank you. Tommy3576, Lola Page, thank you. Dope GGG, thank you so much, Dope, for your support. I appreciate that. Again, I've heard of a number of explosions reported tonight in like the last hour or so on Keshem Island, which is right next to the Strait of Hormuz. There, so, but I can't confirm what's happened. Oh, in terms of missile launches too, it's if they're shooting, they could shoot like a missile to shoot down a drone, or so. I mean, we've heard unconfirmed reports that a drone had been shot down. So if they were shooting something at a drone, people might think might report it as a missile launch. Maybe it's an interceptor. I don't know. No, nothing official from Iran at this point. Thank you, Jeff TE88PFCR, for your support. Thank you, Jeff. And CY123 for your support. Thank you. Also, Alex Soto 555. Thanks so much. Pete DePot Pusher. Thank you. He says, seems too short a period of time for 3 waves. Well, the first wave was about 3.5 hours ago. The second wave seemed pretty short. We heard about a second wave, and I really didn't hear much about it. I thought the second wave was still going on, and then we heard Barak Ravid report there's a third wave. The government, I mean, maybe it'll turn out there were just 2 waves. I don't know. We didn't hear much about a second wave. We've been hearing a bunch of reports during this reported third wave, but these waves have not been officially announced. Thank you so much, Pete, for your support. Tasneem says some local sources are reporting the destruction of an object over the sky south of Bushehr by sending a video. Now, I don't have the rights to this video. But there's, again, an Iranian state media claims that there may have been one or more things shot down. Maybe drones. Bushehr province, by the way, where that latest report came from, is in the south of Iran, next to the Persian Gulf. What I'll do is I'll show you a screen grab here. Hang on. So here's what Tasneem said. State media Tasneem. Some local sources are reporting the destruction of an object over the sky south of Bushehr by sending a video. Waiting to hear more here. It's 4:03 a.m. Iran time now. 4:03 a.m. Maybe President Trump will post about these strikes. I wouldn't be surprised. Again, the U.S. carrying out retaliation strikes on Iran in response to Iran shooting down a U.S. helicopter last night. The crew is reportedly okay and has been rescued. We have not seen yet what the Iranian response to these attacks will be. Almost certain that they will launch attacks in response. I don't know what those are going to be. I think what I'm going to do is, since we're not at the moment really covering Belfast anymore, I can keep updates on it. I think I'm going to update the title, at least in a couple places, to say that, because we spent a bunch of time covering Belfast. Give me a moment here. Um, Give me one more second here. Thanks for your patience. I'm just going to replace the title here. Give me a moment. Hang on a second. I need to time out somebody here. Last thing I need to do. Sorry, I'm just updating the broadcast information because we're really focusing on Iran right now. Give me one more second. Just about there. I think I did it. I think I did what I needed to do. Okay, now, let me get back. Sorry, I had to just update things for a second. Let's see what we have new. More explosions on Keshem Island. More explosions on Keshem Island, according to Tasneem. Guys, more. Even more explosions. Several more explosions heard on Keshem Island. There have been so many explosions on Keshem Island during this wave. I'm going to show you that in a second. One moment, please. One moment, please. One moment, please. Thanks for your patience. Okay, now. One of our viewers, Sign of the Times, said that's a lot of self-defense. The U.S. had said these were self-defense strikes. We're hearing about a lot of them. Explosion heard in Avaz. I don't know if that's a new report, but just a new... Mer News says explosion heard in Avaz, Iran. That's over there. And you know what I want to do? I want to, I think, let me do this way. Give me 2 seconds here. Let me take this off and replace the map. Let's do this like this. Okay, hold on. There. So a new explosion reported in Avaz. That's from Mayor's State Media. So give me a second here. I messed that up. Reportedly ongoing. There's been a lot of strikes that we've been hearing about in this reported third wave over the last hour or so. And no Iranian response yet. Keshem Island, remember, is down here next to the Strait of Hormuz. There's Keshem Island right there. Lots of explosions being reported there over the last hour or so. New statement from the Iranian military. New statement from the Iranian military. From the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. Early this morning, the warmongering American regime attacked several points in Jask, Sirik, and Keshem under false pretenses, damaging a telecommunications tower in Sirik and destroying 2 water tanks in the Bernani district of the city, they claim. Then they say that about an hour and 45 minutes ago, in response, our Navy fighters launched a drone attack on the Bahraini Naval Fifth Fleet at 2:30 a.m. Now, I have no evidence that they have done that. They're claiming that about an hour and 45 minutes ago, they launched a drone attack on the Bahraini Naval Fifth Naval Fleet. They mean the headquarters or the fleet? I'm not sure. The headquarters is a U.S. There's a U.S. Fifth Fleet headquarters in Bahrain. Anyways, the clashes continue, and the brave Iranian nation's guards are responding to the enemy's aggressions. If the evil continues, more severe responses are on the way. So that is a new statement from Iranian Revolutionary Guard. So what can I say? Did they really launch a drone attack on the Bahrain Fifth Naval Fleet about 2 hours ago? I don't know. Now, someone could read that statement and say they're saying stop now and we won't attack more. I don't know. I don't know how to read that statement, because the statement said the clashes continue. If the evil continues, more severe responses are on the way. So what if the U.S. stops now? All right, so FARS said it was, they're claiming that the U.S. Fifth Fleet was targeted. See, and the FARS has the statement, but they say headline U.S. Fifth Fleet targeted in Bahrain. But again, that would have been at 2:30 a.m., which is about 2 hours ago. So they're claiming to have launched some drones at U.S. ships. I don't know that that's happened. All right, give me a moment here. Yeah, this statement is all over Iranian state media right now. All right, so it's interesting. This is like their official Revolutionary Guard statement, which we just read to you, but it's being posted all over Iranian state media. They say early this morning, the warmongering American regime attacked several points in Jask, Sirik, and Keshem under false pretenses, damaging a telecommunications tower in Sirik and destroying two water tanks in the Burnani district of the city. I can't confirm these details. In response to this evil move by the enemy, the RRGC Navy fighters launched a drone attack on the Bahraini Fifth Naval Fleet. I think that's the U.S. Fifth Naval Fleet in Bahrain at 2:30 a.m. The clashes continue, and the zealous Iranian nation's Revolutionary Guards are responding to the enemy's aggressions. And if the evil continues, more severe responses are on the way. Just hold on a second here. Give me one moment here. Give me one moment. Hey, thank you to Random Nobody. Random Nobody thinks Iran attack drones are not the type of hardware that could target an airborne helicopter. The allegation does not hold water. That's what Random Nobody says. Now, I haven't heard that analysis from any of the military experts I follow. I don't know exactly what happened, but I will tell you that it is being reported that, hold on, where is it here? Yes, so multiple outlets reported that a U.S. official said an Iranian drone hit the U.S. helicopter. Barak Ravid, for example, reported that today, saying a U.S. official told me the investigation determined that an Iranian drone hit the U.S. helicopter and got it to crash. I know I've seen other reports of that. Yes, CNN said a source familiar with the downing of the helicopter said an Iranian Shahed drone struck the aircraft. A U.S. official told CNN it was unclear whether the drone had targeted the aircraft or whether it was an inadvertent takedown. Thank you to Random Nobody. I really appreciate your support. Thank you. A Girl in Jeans, thanks for being a member. Grondel McFondle, thanks so much for your support. Why are there no more live feeds in Northern Ireland? The only feed we were using and that I was seeing basically was a helicopter feed. My guess is that there's no helicopter feed at the moment that I'm seeing, that I'm aware of. If there is none, I don't have access to one. If there is none, it might be because there's not that much new going on that the helicopter can see, given that it's dark out. That'd be my guess. But I wasn't seeing lots of, I don't know that many people were streaming live on the ground. I wasn't aware of people streaming live at the protests on the ground. There might have been some, but I wasn't seeing it. So again, but I haven't heard of that much new since we, jumped to this about an hour or two ago. I'll keep an eye out though. I just haven't heard major reports coming out of there. Thank you. I am Charlie, by the way, and Chill Zone. I appreciate your support. And Gregory Scherer and the Christian Fight. Thank you. Who says, I wonder if AC-130 gunships are being used in the Iranian conflict. They are terrifying. Also, thanks Rick Moss, 2861. Thank you. I really appreciate your support for the channel. Iranian state media claims an MQ-9 drone was destroyed. Let me show you this. Iran state media claims an MQ-9 drone was destroyed. Iran Revolutionary Guard claims they destroyed an MQ-9 drone. I'll show you this in a second. Give me one moment. Give me one moment. Okay, so here is this post from Iranian state media. Here is what they say about this new claim from the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. And they have a graphic with it. It says, uh-oh. An MQ-9 drone was intercepted and destroyed. Iranian Revolutionary Guard Public Relations. During the ongoing air conflicts in the Strait of Hormuz, an MQ-9 drone that was attempting to approach and intervene in the battle scene from the skies of the northern Persian Gulf was hit by fire from the heroic fighters of the IRGC's modern air defense in the sky of Jam City, Bushehr province, and was destroyed, they say. And then they have this graphic. That is not a photograph. That's a graphic they made up. MQ-9 drones cost around $30 million, by the way. That's according to the well, it says unit cost. Oh no, I'm sorry. It's confusing. That might not be. I looked up MQ-9 Reaper. Hold on. It says there's MQ-9 Reaper. That's from the military, and at the bottom it says as of 2011 dollars, it says 4 aircraft and the whole unit, which has 4 aircraft, costs $56 million. But that's also in 2011 dollars. So I don't know that it's 30 million. I mean, that would suggest that one is not 30 million, but it's also 2011 dollars. I don't know. It would be millions of dollars. I cannot tell you. That is an MQ-9 drone from the Air Force site. MQ-9 Reaper. I cannot confirm that one has been shot down. Hold on. Give me a moment here. Give me a moment. Breaking news. U.S. completes strikes. The U.S. announces strikes are complete. Breaking news. Oh my gosh. They just posted it. I'm going to put it on the screen right now. U.S. announces strikes are complete. Hang on. I got to get it displayed here. U.S. completes strikes in response to Iran's attacks on Apache. Breaking news. Here it is. Right now. There it is on your screen. U.S. completes strikes. Breaking news. The U.S. Central Command Forces completed self-defense strikes against Iran June 9th at the Commander-in-Chief's direction in response to yesterday's downing of a U.S. Army Apache helicopter. CENTCOM forces struck Iranian air defense, ground control stations, and surveillance radar sites near the Strait of Hormuz with precision munitions from U.S. Air Force and Navy fighter jets. The operation was a proportional response to recent attacks on U.S. forces and international commercial ships transiting regional waters. U.S. forces remain vigilant and postured to defend against unjustified Iranian aggression. Oh, we got to take some comments from you guys. Now, I don't know if Iran's going to respond because Iran released a statement that implied they had already fired a response, gave a response 2 hours ago. Hang on a moment here. Wall Street thinks it was not self-defense. There was no imminent threat. Bulls 360 says mission accomplished. Adios MF says ceasefire so everyone can reload. It is 4:32 a.m. in Iran. The Cody Philly says, why stop now? DJ Saltlick says, at what point did Iran attack the U.S. preemptively during the entire quagmire, prompting self-defense? App L says, so close to a deal. Jeffrey Britton says, this is one hell of a ceasefire. Stephen Parmy says, it's on, it's off, it's on, it's off. I'm going to show you again that Iran statement. You can really read the Iranian statement as suggesting that they might not respond further. Came out right before this. Raz D. Champ says Iran will respond. I'm going to show you that Iranian statement. By the way, thanks Big Green Cucumber for being a member. Royal Ensign for your support. Big Green Cucumbers from the Philippines. Thanks for your support. No, is it Poland? Maybe it's Poland. I think it might be Poland. Poland. Thanks, Adam Sutton. Adam Sutton thinks that Adam, it wasn't just Barack Ravid who reported that a drone shot down the helicopter. Multiple outlets reported today. Multiple outlets said a U.S. official told them that the helicopter was shot down by a drone. Yeah, the New York Times, same thing. A U.S. official said a one-way Iranian attack drone hit the Apache helicopter. So it wasn't just Barack Ravid. Multiple outlets say a U.S. official told them that a drone hit the helicopter. Adam Sutton does not believe that happened. That's what Adam says. Thank you, Adam, for your support. Adam Sutton, I really appreciate it. Let me see if there's anything else being reported now by Iranian state media about this. Yeah, so remember, here is this statement from Iran. Hold on. Let me show you another Iranian statement from Iran state media, from Tasnim News. Here's what Tasneem News has to say right now. Iran state media, Tasneem. The ridiculous claim of the American terrorist army our attacks were defensive. U.S. Central Command CENTCOM wrote that they carried out defensive strikes against Iran tonight in response to the downing of a U.S. Army Apache helicopter the previous day. CENTCOM claimed that using precision munitions fired from U.S. Air Force and Navy fighter jets, Iranian air defenses targeted ground control. What? They say CENTCOM claim they targeted different targets in Iran. Yeah, so basically they're just reporting what the U.S. said, but their headline is the ridiculous claim of the American terrorist army that our attacks were defensive. Yeah, so to clarify, some American, Tasneem says some American bases in the region have been targeted. This is interesting. This sounds like their response is over. This is a newer version. This version of the statement posted by Tasneem State Media. Where is this here? Hold on. That says some American bases in the region were targeted by a powerful attack of Iran. The criminal American army should know that if it repeats its attack on the Islamic Republic of Iran, even more and widespread attacks will be carried out against the designated targets in the region. This makes it sound like their response is over. Although I don't even know to what extent they attacked bases in the region. This version of the IRG, of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard statement posted by Tasneem State Media says Iran targeted some U.S. bases in the region. And the criminal American army should know that if it repeats its attacks on Iran, more severe and widespread attacks will be carried out against the designated targets in the region, which one could interpret as Iran saying they are not going to respond further now that the U.S. has announced an end to tonight's retaliation strikes. I mean, I don't know, but that's how you could interpret it. So this came out a little before the U.S. statement, but not that much before the U.S. statement, saying they had stopped, that they had ended their retaliation strikes. I mean, when I look at this statement, this kind of makes it sound like they're done for the moment. Again, some U.S. bases in the region were targeted by a powerful attack by the Army and the Revolutionary Guard. Now, maybe they did. I don't know. We have no idea. We didn't hear reports of sirens anywhere, but who knows? In response to the aggression of the American terrorist army in areas In response to the aggression of the American terrorist army in areas of the south of the country under the false pretext of the downing of its helicopter, some American bases in the region were targeted by a powerful attack by the heroic army of Iran and the brave men of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. The criminal American army should know that if it repeats its attack on the Islamic Republic of Iran, more severe and widespread attacks will be carried out against the designated targets in the region. Give me one sec here. Oh, this is the military statement. This isn't from the Revolutionary Guard. This is from the military. So I need to repost my post. Hold on. I got to repost my post. Because the other ones were technically from the Revolutionary Guard. This is from the Iranian military. Hold on. Just give me 1 second here. Then I'll take some comments from you guys. This statement from the Iranian army Okay. So to be clear, again, I read that, and that sounds to me like Iran is saying, look, we responded to your attacks tonight, U.S., by attacking some U.S. bases in the region. And if you keep doing this, we're going to do more. But, I mean, basically right after this, the U.S. said we're done. C419, our viewer says America just keeps on winning. Hold on a moment here. Yeah, this statement was posted about a half an hour ago. I see nothing new about missile launches. Or wait, let's see. Hold on a second. Oh, hold on a second. Vahid Online says, Vahid Online just said something. Vahid Online says 3 missiles reported launched from Iran when? 10 minutes ago. Report of missiles launched from Iran 10 minutes ago. Vahid Online. Again, Vahid Online has a number of people in Iran reported 3 or 4 missiles launched about 10 minutes ago from Iran. Is that happening? I don't know. I have no idea. You know, we heard about claimed missile launches like a couple hours ago, and nothing ever came of it. So I don't know. Yeah, Shin posted about it too. Well, Shin posted Vahid's report. Shin said that Vahid had reports of 3 ballistic missiles launched from Khomein in Markaz province, Iran. Now, maybe they did. I don't know if they launched missiles. But to repeat, we were seeing reports of claims that Iran launched missiles, I want to say hours ago, and never heard anything more about it. Now, it's possible they did. I don't know. We'll have to see. I mean, it's been 10 minutes. I have not heard about any sirens in Kuwait or any sirens in Bahrain or any sirens in Israel. Hang on, I just saw something here. We'll have to see. But I mean, these reports about these missiles being fired, the ones that Vahid mentions, are now 13 minutes old. So, and these would be ballistic missiles. So, I mean, if they were heading at Israel, I think we'd know by now. There's nothing I've heard about sirens in Kuwait or Bahrain or any other Gulf country. I guess they could have fired missiles at U.S. ships or something. I don't know if Iran fires missiles at U.S. ships. Is that something we're going to be able to confirm? Would there be? I don't know that there'd be sirens anywhere that we'd know about. Kenneth Cobb thinks it has to be on the ships, our viewers. So maybe they fired at a target that's not in Israel or Iran or Israel or Kuwait or Bahrain or whatever. So I don't know. There's been no announcement of anything by an Iranian state media yet. Yeah, an Iranian state media. So look, Fars News Iran just posted the same statement that I showed you that was posted a half hour ago. This is the same statement that Tasneem posted a half hour ago. It just got posted at Fars State Media. That saying that In response to the aggression of the U.S. terrorist army in areas of the south of the country under the false pretext of the downing of its helicopter, some U.S. bases in the region were targeted by a powerful attack by the heroic army of the Islamic Republic and brave men of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. This statement came out a half hour ago, before the claimed reports of missile launches in Iran 15 minutes ago. The criminal American army should know if it repeats its attack on the Islamic Republic of Iran, more severe and widespread attacks will be carried out against the designated targets in the region. And IRNA, that statement I just read you, IRNA, Iran State Media, just posted it. And again, that statement makes it sound like they're done responding. Yeah, so I've heard nothing more at this point about Iranian missiles. Maybe they launched some missiles at some U.S. ships or something. I don't know, but no kind of reports out of Israel or Bahrain or Kuwait or wherever of missiles heading to them. And again, the reports of them firing missiles that I saw Vahid make were like 20 minutes ago. Oh, one of our viewers said that Rich Stancliffe said maybe they launched missiles at Iraqi Kurdistan. Yeah, I mean, Iran has launched attacks previously, I believe, on Kurdish regions in Iraq. So maybe they were firing some missiles there. I don't know. Oh, hold on. Let me show you. Graham Plattner is speaking. Let me just show you a little Graham Plattner. Hold on a second. Hang on. Wait a second. Let me show you a little Graham Plattner in Maine. Bonus coverage. Bonus coverage right now. Give me a second. Hold on. He's speaking right now. He won the Maine Democratic Senate nomination tonight. Let's watch him for a second. I'll make it here. Hold on. Hold on.
And the love of my life. And thank you. Over the last 9 months, I have seen Mainers come together behind a vision to take back our power from corporations and billionaires. I love every single one of you, everyone who has shown up at a town hall, who has knocked on a door, who cast their vote, not for me, but for a vision of a life in Maine that you can afford. A life of dignity and a government that actually serves its people. I want to thank our incredible campaign team and all 15,000 volunteers. You have built the most powerful grassroots movement in the history of this state. This is because of you. And when we finally defeat Susan Collins, that will be because of you too. You don't just believe in a different kind of politics, you have dedicated your time and your talents to it. It is a service to our state and to our nation, and thank you. I also want to thank Governor Janet Mills for a lifetime of service to a state that we both love. We are eternally grateful. And to any of those who feel let down or disappointed or disillusioned, it is my job to earn your trust, faith, and support. And I will spend every day of this campaign, and if I have the privilege, every day in the United States Senate doing exactly that. It is deeply humbling to stand here as your Democratic nominee. It is an honor, and I will not let you down. Until recently, I thought that harbor master would be the height of my political career. It now appears that things have changed.
All right, I need to interrupt for a second. Hang on a minute. I'm hearing about reports in Bahrain. I'm hearing reports about Bahrain. There are reports of sirens in Bahrain. Breaking news. Sirens in Bahrain. Bahrain just reported sirens in Bahrain, guys. Sirens in Bahrain. Look at this. Ministry of the Interior. 1 minute ago, 2 minutes ago, the siren has been sounded. Sirens in Bahrain. All right, hold on a moment here. Maybe from Iranian missiles. Thanks, people in the chat. We're talking about that. I appreciate it. And one of the viewers said there were sirens in Kuwait. I haven't seen that. But I can tell you there's sirens in Bahrain. I haven't seen Kuwait, but it's official that there are sirens in Bahrain. No, there are no alerts in Israel right now. So, what is going on in Bahrain right now? Hang on a moment here. There are sirens in Bahrain. Let's see. Iranian state media is talking about sirens in Bahrain. There are unconfirmed reports of some explosions in Bahrain. I don't know if those are interceptions going on in Bahrain. We do know that, again, there are sirens going off in Bahrain. So my guess is maybe Iranian missiles. But at this point, waiting to get more information. I don't think I have any kind of live shot from Bahrain at this point. No, I do not have a live shot from Bahrain. Yeah, Iran state media is not a they say news sources reported an explosion was heard in Kuwait. Yeah, Iran state media in recent days has sometimes posted false reports about explosions and sirens in other countries. I have not seen anything that says that there are sirens in Kuwait. If I do, I'll let you know. But I haven't seen that at all. But they have not posted anything about it, Kuwait, that I have seen. No, I do not see anything about Saudi Arabia. So I've seen Shin says interceptions over Bahrain. Camera person tells me all of the drones were intercepted. Now, I don't know if this is true, that this is what happened, but Shin said, posted a couple photos and said, interceptions over Bahrain. The person who took the photos told me all of the drones were intercepted. I can't confirm that. It's a report. Iran has certainly launched missiles at Bahrain before. Maybe they launched drones at Bahrain. They've done that too. Somebody posted something in the chat and they didn't cite a source. They're just posting it as if it's true. That person's going to get timed out in a second by me. We don't do that here. Give me a moment. By the way, Jennifer Griffin of Fox reported, Fox News, Jennifer Griffin said a senior U.S. official told her that there were 20 targets inside Iran targeted tonight by the U.S. And while the strikes have ended, the situation is still active, and the U.S. military is prepared to respond if Iran decides to retaliate. Now, Iran, it seems like, is doing something involving Bahrain, but I don't know if the U.S. would respond to that. Yes, I am seeing some photos and videos online of Bahrain air defenses, which makes sense because sirens are sounding there. But I haven't heard any updates. Ali BK, who I follow, says explosions heard in Bahrain sky. Seeing some unconfirmed reports of interceptions over Bahrain. Kezi says it's about to get real. OSIN Technical said multiple ballistic missile interceptions and ground level explosions seen in Manama, Bahrain minutes ago. Now, I don't know. Another report I saw said drones were fired, not missiles. Guys, by the way, an account on X is not adequate sourcing. You need to say where they're getting some account on X posting something, and if you don't say where they're getting it, well, you haven't sourced it. You haven't said where are they getting it. Thanks, Rocco Italia, for your support. Michigan Blunder, thank you. The Christian Fight, thank you for your support. Urban Mask, thank you. Big Green Cucumber, thank you. Yeah, there's a video that supposedly shows an explosion on the ground in Bahrain. OSIN Technical posted it. I've seen it online. I've seen it in another account too, and I don't know. I don't know. It could be a missile. It could be a drone. If it's legit, it could be a fragment of an intercepted missile or drone falling down, or an interceptor. So it's unclear if that video is legit. It's unclear exactly what we're seeing in the video. Shin posted a trail in the sky, it looks like, from Isfahan province, Iran. I don't know if that means that something's been launched from Isfahan province. I don't see anything new from Vahid. Ali BK, who I follow, claims new missiles have been launched toward the Persian Gulf. Yeah, so real quick, there's this video that's floating around. I don't know where the origin of it is. Ali BK and others have posted the video. I'm not going to show the video, but just as a quick screen grab, it's a video, and this, what you're seeing is part of the video, and then right there appears to be an explosion. Go to OSINT Technical if you want to see the video, or Ali BK on Telegram, Ali BK3. But that's right there. You appear to see some sort of explosion. So maybe that's a legit video. Again, it could be a lot of things. I don't know what it is, if it's legit. Let's see here. Hold on. Bears Junkie says, when is the ceasefire supposed to start? Waiting to get some sort of update here about what's happening. I mean, at some point, they'll say, what is this here? At some point, the Bahrain Ministry of the Interior will say that that the alert is over. They haven't done that yet. Oil is really not doing much. Somebody just asked about oil. It's really not doing much at all. That's a 5-day oil chart. That's a 5-day oil chart. I mean, that right there is the last. That's the last 7 hours. 7 hours ago, it was like 88.13 or so, or 6 hours ago. And 7 hours ago, it's 88.13, and now it's 89.03. That's from that's WTI oil. That's from And then this is that's from TradingView. This is a 5-day chart of from Brent crude. And again, in the last day or so, it went down a couple dollars and it went up a couple dollars. But in the last, I mean, again, this is the last right here. That's about that's the last 6 hours or 7 hours. Went from 91.11 to 92.42, so up a bit, but not a huge move. Again, that's a 5-day chart right there. So I'll keep an eye. But there's been no huge spike in the last 7-8 hours or something. You know, Iranian state media, they've claimed in the last few minutes, they said there were sirens in Kuwait. I've heard no report of that. They say, Tasneem, that the American Al Azraq base in Jordan was targeted by a missile attack, says Tasneem. I don't know that that's true. They often make a bunch of claims. They don't have a great record of truth when it comes to claims about their own military and what they're doing. So, again, they say a base in Jordan, an American base in Jordan, was targeted by a missile attack. Tasneem says, I don't know that that's true. It may be true, I don't know, but they certainly have made numerous claims that are not true. Yeah, when it comes to, I do not rely on Iran when it comes to claims about what's going on with like sirens in other countries and stuff, because it's just not reliable. I mean, if they did fire missiles at Jordan, it could explain why we heard reports of missiles firing and weren't really hearing much about that after. But don't know. So maybe we'll find out about that later. Again, so Tasneem claims, state media claims that the U.S. base in Iraq, in Azraq, Jordan, was targeted by a missile attack. I cannot confirm that. Azraq, Jordan is there. Oops, sorry. See, there's Iran and there's Azraq, Jordan. Did they fire missiles at that base? We don't know. Give me about 10 seconds. Hold on a second. Give me about 10 seconds. Thank you. Hey, a quick thanks so much to Lorinda Shamber and Matt Howe. Lorinda Shamber and Matt Howe, thanks for your support. Also, thanks so much. Jane Jones gave 20 people memberships. So nice of Jane. Please thank Jane or somebody else if you had a membership or a gift subscription for them. Thanks, Jane Jones. The Christian Fight, who said reports of more Iranian missiles launched. Yeah, I mentioned those a few minutes ago. Again, I'm just not sure if that actually happened. I just don't know. I saw something from Shin suggesting that there might have been more missiles fired, but I don't think I saw anything from Vahid. We'll have to see. Thank you, The Christian Fight. Thank you also, Vigilante. I really appreciated Village Vigilante and Rocco Italia. Thank you. Yeah, so again, as I mentioned to you, Iran state media claimed that there was a missile attack on a U.S. base in Jordan. But Iran state media claims all the time, regularly, they claim that Iran has attacked things that they actually didn't attack. So just a couple days ago, we were on the air and they were constantly saying, "Oh, there's sirens here and there's sirens here and explosions here in other countries," and there weren't any sirens reported in those countries. So I can't. That's not really reliable sourcing to me on that. We'll have to see if we hear more. Not saying it's false. I'm just saying it's they don't have a great record with that stuff. By the way, if it is true that Iran fired missiles at a U.S. base in Jordan, we might not hear anything about that for you. I don't know. You might never hear anything about it, or maybe you'd hear something about it in days or something. Shin posted that Bahrain sent out an all clear and posted a screen grab of it. Now I haven't seen that on their X account, but Shin posted that Bahrain issued an all clear. So we'll see if it comes up on their X account soon. My thought is that we might have a statement soon from another statement from Iran saying we attacked X, Y, and Z. So I would not be surprised if we get one of those soon. Yeah, I would expect that soon there'll be another statement from the Iranian military. Breaking news, we have a new statement from, or as predicted, new statement from Iran. From Iran, following the successful operation of the IRGC Navy in hitting 21 targets in U.S. air and naval bases in the region and shooting down an MQ-9 drone in the sky of Jam City, given the continuation of the U.S. enemy's evils in completing the retaliatory operation, Iran and the brave warriors of the IRGC targeted and destroyed 4 important targets, including the F-35 fighter jet hangars at the airbase and the command and control center of the U.S. child-killing army in Al-Azraq, Jordan, with their long-range solid-fuel missiles. Our forces are ready to respond decisively and decisively to any renewed aggression by the enemy, and the consequences of any renewed aggression will be the responsibility of the American enemy. So they're now claiming that they destroyed F-35 fighter jet hangars at the airbase and the command and control center at Al-Azraq, Jordan. That's what they say. New from the Revolutionary Guard. All right, give me a second. I'll read that to you again. But I told you I thought they would come out with a statement. New statement from Iranian Revolutionary Guard. Claims that in response to the final U.S. retaliatory strikes, Iran destroyed 4 important targets, including the F-35 fighter jet hangars at the airbase and the command and control center of the U.S. child-killing army in Al-Azraq, Jordan, with their long-range solid-fuel missiles. Again, I'll read the statement again to you. I just want to get this posted. Why does this not work? All right, let's read you this statement again. Let's read you the statement again from Iran. Iran is claiming that they launched missiles and hit U.S. targets in Jordan. Here again is, let me change the headline. Iran claims it hit U.S. targets in Jordan with missiles. I have no confirmation that this actually happened. Here again is the statement. No, I do not have a live feed from Jordan. I am taking this with a giant grain of salt. But you never know. I mean, they certainly have hit targets at U.S. bases before. So it's not impossible. Again, they say 4 important targets were hit at the U.S. Air Base and Command and Control Center of the child-killing U.S. Army in Al-Azraq, Jordan. Following the successful operation of the Iranian Navy in hitting 21 targets. again, I am taking that with a giant grain of salt. They say that they hit 21 targets in U.S. air and naval bases in the region and shot down an MQ-9 drone in the sky of Jam City. Given the continuation of the enemy's evil deeds in completing the retaliatory operation, Iran, the Islamic forces, and the brave warriors of the IRGC Aerospace Force targeted and destroyed 4 important targets, including the F-35 fighter jet hangars at the airbase and the command and control center of the U.S. child-killing army in Al-Azraq, Jordan, with their long-range solid-fuel missiles. Our forces are ready to respond decisively, this is probably bad translation, to any renewed aggression by the enemy, and the consequences of any renewed aggression will be the responsibility of the American enemy. Regardless of what they, what did I do? Let's see here. Oh. Well, that's okay. Thanks, Sonic, for writing in for your message. Sonic mentioned that over here, I accidentally turned off the small headline. Why is that not working? I have to see, there's no small headline. See if I can fix that. I don't know what happened there. Do this. Let's see. Oh, there it is. I figured it out. Thank you, Sonic. Okay. I accidentally got rid of that. All right, let's see if we have any other updates. All right, so again, that is the statement from the Iranian military. Regardless of whether it's true or not, though, I mean, it's another night of lots of fighting, of airstrikes and missile launches for hours. It's been going on now between the U.S. and Iran after Iran shot down a U.S. helicopter yesterday. Now, by the way, clearly Iran is saying now, that's it for now. It was a little confusing before because it wasn't clear if Iran was done responding. Their latest post said, this is what we did. We did this because the U.S. kept firing stuff at the end of their retaliation attacks. And so we did this, and now if you do any more, U.S., basically they said, we will respond decisively. So I wonder if this round is over. We'll have to see if the U.S. does something. Ali BK, who I follow on Telegram, has posted some videos purporting to show some activity in the sky over Jordan. Maybe interceptions or missiles flying through. I don't know. I cannot confirm the videos. But I wouldn't be surprised if Iran did fire missiles toward there. Wall Street thinks we're never getting an accurate casualty report on either side. I mean, there have been instances where the Iran missiles damaged U.S. bases, and we didn't hear about it for a while, days or weeks. So I don't know. I don't know that we'll get a if one or more of these missiles did hit a U.S. target in Jordan. When would we find that out? Now, you might have the U.S. sometimes CENTCOM or Rapid Defense Response or whatever it is. Sometimes the Trump administration will post on social media and say, hey, Iran says that they did this. That's false. So I wonder if we'll see something like that. Because we could see that. Yeah, it's interesting. One of our viewers, the usual suspect, says, how does Iran know they hit? Now, I don't know if the missiles would have a camera on them or something. Or that they would have to have, I mean, they'd have to have some way of seeing. I don't know if any was. Typically, ballistic missiles do not have cameras. I'm looking at online. That's what Gemini said. I mean, I wasn't aware that they would have them. You know, the Center for Arms Control and Non-Proliferation said as advanced cruise missiles approach their target, remote operators can use a camera in the nose of the missile to see what the missile sees. But I'm not aware that that can happen with ballistic missiles. Anyways, one of our viewers said satellites. Duh. I don't know that the U.S. I don't know that Iran has real-time satellite. I mean, I guess they could get it from Russia or something. Would they have real-time satellite coverage of U.S. bases? I don't know that Iran themselves would. Strong One says Iran has Putin and Xi intel. And satellite coverage at a resolution that you could tell exactly what was hit. Interesting questions, though. But again, throughout this war, Iran has regularly and frequently made false claims about things they have hit. They have regularly claimed to have hit U.S. ships, I believe. And I've seen no evidence whatsoever of any U.S. ship ever being hit. So, just to be clear, they don't have a great record on these things. Hold on, Kuwait. Breaking news, sirens in Kuwait. Sirens in Kuwait right now. Sirens in Kuwait. Look. Kuwait sirens. Kuwait intercepting, well, not sirens. Air defense is active in Kuwait, intercepting hostile aerial targets. Kuwaiti air defense is active now. Well, it looks like Iran fired something at them. Drones, missiles, I don't know. Maybe drones. This is their standard post, I believe they post. The General Command of the Kuwaiti Army announces that the Kuwaiti air defense systems are currently intercepting hostile aerial targets. In accordance with approved operational procedures, it urges everyone to adhere to the security and safety instructions and guidelines issued by the competent authorities and to obtain information from authorized official sources. Okay, so we now have Kuwait air defenses active now. See what else we can find you about this. Again, Kuwait says their air defense is active now. To repeat, Kuwait says they are currently engaging hostile targets now. I do not see a new statement yet from Iranian state media. It is 5:47 Iran time. Hey, thanks so much, Stephen Brianez, for your support. Thanks, Stephen. Thanks also Stacy TW, who gave 10 memberships. That's very nice of you. Stacy TW, I really appreciate that. Also, thanks Donda for the membership. Thank you so much, Donda. And thanks Stacy for all your support. Thanks Stacy TW. Thanks also to Jeff TE88. I really appreciate it. Jeff TE88, thank you so much. Jeff, I do not have any control over that. That's up to YouTube. But thank you so much to Jeff TE88. I really appreciate all your support. All right, let's see here. It is now over 5 hours since the U.S. began launching retaliation strikes tonight at Iran. That started about 5 p.m. Eastern and went for several hours, off and on. Kuwait just posted this again. It looks like they deleted the one before and then Yeah, I think they deleted the one and then posted this again. It's not a second one. It's still up on there. It's still up in there. General Staff of the Kuwaiti Army announces that Kuwaiti air defense systems are currently intercepting hostile targets, aerial targets, in accordance with the approved operational procedures. This one was just posted like a minute ago, but it looks like they maybe had a typo in the other one or something and replaced it with this one. So I don't know that they're saying there's more projectiles coming in right this second. I think they just deleted the previous one. Oh no, they posted it twice. Is it still up there? Hold on a second here. 1 minute. I only see one up there. Yeah, they edited the post. They didn't post a new post. They edited the post. So Pizza Sub says definitely 2 more weeks. Not much information right now on what's going on in Kuwait, trying to find out more. Hey, thanks Old Man Ronin for subscribing on Twitch. Thanks Static X for subscribing on Twitch. Thanks Ariadna Vaz for subscribing on Twitch. Thanks so much Kindra Fox for all your support. I really appreciate that, Kindra Fox. Thank you. Also Hawk Goes over there on Twitch. Thank you. Who says, back in 1991, my wife and I went on a cruise that went through both Belfast and the Strait of Hormuz. We are particularly heartbroken this evening. Thank you, Hawk.
يشاهد الآن في سماء العاصمة.
Why am I hearing noise? I should not be hearing noise. That's better. Sorry about that. Hey, thanks, Project Pluto. When was the last time Trump posted? I don't think he's posted during this stream. He posted about Lindsey Graham a half an hour ago, but I don't think he's posted during this stream about this stuff. No, he posted 9 hours ago that saying 9 hours ago that that a helicopter had been shot down and that the U.S. would respond. That's from 9 hours ago. Saying last night the Iranians shot down one of our highly sophisticated Apache helicopters while patrolling over the Strait of Hormuz. There were 2 pilots involved. Both are safe and uninjured. Nevertheless, the U.S. must necessarily respond to this attack. We'll see if we hear anything more from him. Nothing yet about Kuwait from the Iranian state media. No confirmation or anything. But we know that they are engaging hostile targets. I got to get more water in a second. I've run out of water. Been nonstop activity during the stream. The whole first part of the stream was about Belfast. Right, let me just take I need 1 minute here. Get some more water. Maybe like a minute and a half. All right, bear with me. I'm going to disappear for a minute. I'm coming right back. Coming right back. Okay, thanks for your patience. Do we have anything more about Kuwait? It's almost 6 a.m. Iran time. I have no updates about Kuwait. Nothing. They said they were intercepting hostile targets, and I haven't heard any updates. Austin said no reports of any missiles or drones getting through air defenses. I mean, Austin said reports of interceptions and explosions. I haven't even heard that. I mean, Iranian state media claim there was explosions there, but I don't listen to them when it comes to that kind of claim. So I haven't really heard of anything about what's going on in Kuwait, except for that one post by them saying that their air defense was engaging hostile targets. Tasneem, Iran state media just posted that Kuwait announced they were uh, they were defending against Iranian missiles and drones. That's from Tasneem state media. They didn't even say anything about whether Iran fired them. I assume they did, but didn't say anything about it. Yeah, I don't see anything really new. Slava Ribalka says, are we still in the ceasefire mode? Michelle Batten says, I wonder what's next with this war. I have no updates at the moment. No updates at the moment for you. Maybe Iran will release a statement about Kuwait. Oh, hold on a second, guys. I have an update, I think, here. Where is this? Where is this? A U.S. official told the New York Times that Iran's assertions that it conducted 21 attacks against U.S. bases in the region early Wednesday are simply not true. Remember, Iran announced a little while ago, one of the claims Iran has made tonight is that they hit 21 targets in U.S. air and naval bases in the region. Now, the New York Times says a U.S. official said that the IRGC's assertions that it conducted 21 attacks against U.S. bases in the region are simply not true, a U.S. official said. It doesn't get, that's all it says, so it doesn't get more specific than that. I still have no update on Kuwait. Oh, thanks so much. Hey, AZ Intel's dad. AZ Intel's dad, that's so nice of you. Thanks so much for your support. Very generous of AZ Intel's dad, who many of you know in the chat. He's really AZ Intel's dad. Thank you so much. That's very kind of you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Oh, also, you know what? I owe a couple thanks on Facebook. William Bowser and Michael Fergal. I'm late on that. I don't know if they're still there. William Bowser and Michael Fergal, thanks for the Facebook stars. By the way, I don't know if this is true. The Wall Street Journal reports that, I have no idea if this is true. The Wall Street Journal claims that Trump had not been convinced of the need to retaliate against Iran today, after Iran shot down the helicopter. The Wall Street Journal did say that Tuesday, this morning, they did talk to Trump on the phone this morning. And Trump repeatedly said it wasn't a big deal and stressed that the pilots were not seriously injured. So he said that to the Wall Street Journal this morning. It wasn't a big deal. The Wall Street Journal claims that Trump changed his mind about retaliating after Defense Secretary Hegseth and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff Kane recommended military action during a briefing at the White House. Multiple reports, including the Wall Street Journal and also the New York Times and others, say that an Iranian drone hit the helicopter. Iranian Shahed drone. Oh. Update. I have an update for you. We have a news update. News update from Barak Ravid. Barak Ravid of Axios reports a U.S. official says at least 4 ballistic missiles and several more drones were fired by Iran at U.S. bases in Bahrain, Kuwait, and Jordan. Let me read that again. A U.S. official tells Barak Ravid that Iran fired at least 4 ballistic missiles and several more drones at U.S. bases in Bahrain, Kuwait, and Jordan, which would explain the sirens in Bahrain and Kuwait, would also explain why Iran is claiming to have destroyed, 4 different important targets in Jordan, which I don't know if they really did destroy. But so that is the claim. A U.S. official says that to Barak Ravid, that Iran fired missiles and drones at U.S. bases in Bahrain, Kuwait, and Jordan. Again, that would make sense given what we've been seeing and given what Iran has been saying. David says, are we going to turn the other cheek? Wall Street says they don't sound depleted. Now, our viewer Abdal says, I am in Jordan. If I can get the name right, Abdal Hali Maltamimi says, I am in Jordan. Sirens didn't go on, though. Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know that first of all, I don't know that they'd go on in all of Jordan. I don't know where you would be related to in relation to the base or bases that were fired at. But also, maybe sirens would only go on if Jordan thought that there were civilian areas being threatened. I don't know. So I can't say. Thank you for watching, though. From Jordan. That's really neat. Stay safe. Oh, Trump Truth Social? Where? Hey, guys. All right. So in the chat, I would only say in the chat that Trump posted when he's posting his own thing. There's no new post from Trump. It's all reposts. So I don't even know if it's actually him. There's no new post from Trump that's his own post. There's 2 videos. No, there's a video and then somebody else commenting on the video. He reposted, I mean, here's what it is. So he posted about Lindsey Graham 53 minutes ago. 7 minutes ago, the account literally just cut and pasted the CENTCOM post from 5.5 hours ago. Then there's some video I haven't watched And a minute, then there's another video I haven't watched, and somebody else commenting on it. This is not a Trump post by himself. So again, I wouldn't bother posting that in the chat unless don't post in the chat that Trump posted unless he is posting something himself that's new. I would encourage you to do that. That would be great. Thank you. I appreciate you trying to let me know and let other people know, but when you say Trump posted in the chat, myself and other people are going to assume he actually typed out something new or dictated something new, and there's something in his voice that's from him. I mean, that account all day reposts all kinds of things. A couple of our viewers said the video is from West Wing. I'm not going to watch it right now. And again, that account posts so many memes during the day that I have a hard time thinking that everyone is coming directly from President Trump. So I'm not going to get too wedded to whatever video was posted. I see a couple claims online that there's sirens again in Bahrain. I haven't seen Bahrain Ministry of the Interior say that yet. I'll have to see. New sirens in Bahrain. New breaking news. New sirens in Bahrain. The siren has been sounded. Citizens and residents are urged to remain calm and head to the nearest safe place. I'm going to remove the Kuwait headline because they posted that a while ago. More sirens. Fars News, and again, they're not the most when it's about this stuff, they make all kinds of claims. Fars News Iran claims that according to local sources, U.S. bases in Bahrain and Kuwait have once again been targeted by airstrikes. But it does seem like Iran, again, we heard that Barack Ravid reported that the U.S. had fired missiles and drones tonight at U.S. bases in Bahrain, Kuwait, and Jordan. So it's very possible they are firing more missiles or drones at U.S. base or bases in Bahrain right now. Nope, I don't have cameras from these places. On a moment here. Hey, thanks so much to Wall Street. Wall Street gifted 4 subscriptions on Twitch. Hey, Wall Street, that's really nice of you. Thanks, Wall Street. Also, thanks, Am4, for your support on Twitch. Shout out to all of our moderators. I really appreciate it. We have moderating right now Ruth, Beth Mythical, Leslie Ladyhawk over on YouTube. Thank you so much. Also, thanks to Shaft for the gift memberships, by the way. Thanks, Shaft. And thanks to Pam BK for being a member, and Ronald Kane for being a member, and Androne for being a member, and Nove22001 for being a member, and Roy1822 for your support. Thank you. And some more moderators I want to thank. Thanks to our Twitch mods. Good Luck Duck, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Co, High 3, and Surly Dev. Huge thanks. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha, moderate for us on X. Thank you. Facebook, Paul Anderson, K. Larry Body, Darren Charlo. Thank you to all of our moderators. Also, a quick shout out to our YouTube members, people like Saint Evnikis, Austin Batman, Sharon Goslin, Amp Handler, Stacy TW, Evelyn in Maine, Jay Molson, Crafty, Nana Tracy, Joe, David Joe Klotz, Candy Candy Kissel, David F. Sable, Don Machine, Pop and Smoke, Snow, Chris N. Thanks for being members. I'm a good boy, Androne, and the one and only Lisa Sawyer, Hassel DeHoff, Stephen Parmy, Stacy TW. Thank you, all of our members. And Rita R64. Hey, Rita, thanks so much for your support, R64. Rita R64, it's very nice of you. Thanks, Rita. Fars posted a little, Iran State Media Fars found some very short clip that they said Arab sources says shows a strike on Bahrain. I don't know if the clip really shows that. I don't know if the clip is even from today. They didn't say where they got it from. But reportedly, Iran has been targeting U.S. bases over the last couple hours in the region. OSINT Technical posted a video that purports to show Patriot missiles being fired at incoming Iranian missiles over Bahrain today. I don't own the rights to the video, but I also cannot verify the video, but may well be legit. Hey, thanks so much to Brutality USA for the memberships. Brutality USA gave 10 people memberships. That's really nice of you. Make sure you thank Brutality USA or somebody else if they give you a gift membership or gift subscription. Thank you. Oil has not really been impacted greatly, it doesn't look like, by all the fighting today. It really doesn't. That is the last that's the last 3 hours. But that's trading within like a $1 range here. And if you look at the last 5 days, that's the last 5 days. So in the last couple of days, it's gone between like 90 and 94, but there's no, it's not like in the last 7 hours it's shot up. That is not what's happened. Same for WTI crude. I mean, about the time that the strike started, WTI crude was at, here is it? Roughly 88.75 or something. It's pretty close to what it was when the US announced its attacks. DSPBB thinks oil is going down because of ceasefire. I haven't heard any update about the sirens in Bahrain. I don't know if they're still sounding. Pac 3ers thinks in 2 years the new pipelines in Saudi will be done and gas will go down. I am not seeing any updates right now at the moment. At some point, I'm going to have to eat. We've been on a while. It's been so busy. There's been so much going on between the two stories. I have to make some food soon. Yeah, as Austin says, I don't have any kind of independent reporting of any kind of damage or hits in Kuwait or Bahrain or Jordan for that matter. So we have to see what emerges. I think what I'm going to do is take about 5 minutes or so and put the food in. I got to eat something. I'm not eating yet, but I got to get some food going. We've been on for a while. And I think about 7 hours actually. So it's been pretty nonstop. So what I'm going to do is here we go. Give me about 5 minutes and I'm going to put some food in the air fryer. Just make sure I don't have anything else to mention. I'm not seeing it at the moment. Give me about 5 minutes or so and then I'm coming back. And so we'll be back shortly with more coverage. All right. Hang on. Let's see if there's any updates. All right. Oops. I don't. We have seen in the last half hour, 45 minutes, sirens sounding in Bahrain and air defense active in Kuwait, and I don't have any updates. Oh, Mayor News. I have an update to you. Iranian state media says. Iranian state media says that the Iranian army launched drone attacks on U.S. bases in the region. The Islamic Republic of Iran's army targeted U.S. bases and radar systems of the U.S. Fifth Fleet with a wave of drone attacks. I assume that's in Bahrain. That's what I assume. All right, give me about 15 seconds. Hold on. They just posted that. That's them making a claim about themselves. That's not them saying somebody else reported it. That's what they're saying. If you give me 15 seconds. Thanks so much to Joe9611 for your support. Thanks, Joe. If anybody missed it, the first several hours of the stream, we were pretty much focusing on Belfast protest coverage. If you want to go back and rewind that. Oh, hold on a second. The deputy governor. We have not had any reports of bombing in Khuzestan so far. All right, I'm not going to really linger on that. So again, the last couple hours, Iran has apparently been targeting bases in the U.S. with drones and missiles. That's what's been going on. Hang on a moment here. Iran reportedly targeting U.S. bases after U.S. strikes. That's basically what's going on. Oh, Jordanian army? Hold on. I'm seeing something about the Jordanian army. Where is this? Hold on. So according to Al Jazeera, Al Jazeera reports that the Jordanian army says we intercepted and shot down 5 missiles launched from Iran towards the city of Azraq. Give me a moment here. Yes, Jordanian army. We intercepted and shot down 5 missiles launched from Iran towards the city of Al-Azraq. That's from Al Jazeera. So again, Al Jazeera reports the Jordanian army says that they intercepted and shot down 5 missiles launched from Iran toward the city of Al-Azraq. Hey, give me about 15 seconds. Hang on a moment here. Hold on. Now, also, I just saw something else. Remember that Iran had claimed that it had it had hit 4 important targets at the U.S. Air Base and Command and Control Center in Al-Azraq. Jordan is saying, according to Al Jazeera, we intercepted and shot down 5 missiles launched from Iran toward the city of Al-Azraq. And, breaking update. Update from Reuters. News update from Reuters. Reuters reports, Phil Stewart, U.S. official says not aware of any reports of harm to U.S. personnel or known damage to U.S. locations at this time. Just about all of the multiple missiles and drones launched by Iran were intercepted, assessments still ongoing. I'm going to read this again. This is from Reuters via Phil Stewart. U.S. official says, not aware of any reports of harm to U.S. personnel or known damage to U.S. locations at this time. Just about all of the multiple missiles and drones launched by Iran were intercepted, assessments still ongoing. What you think about that statement is up to you, but that is a new statement from the U.S. military. Let me see here. I think that was reported somewhere else too. New York Times reported similar thing. The New York Times said a U.S. official told the New York Times Iran launched multiple missiles and drones at U.S. bases around the Middle East early Wednesday, and nearly all were intercepted. There have been no reports of American casualties and no reports of damage as yet to U.S. bases in the region from the Iranian attacks. So a similar statement given to the New York Times. Hang on a moment here. Hang on. Give me one more second here. All right, so let me just repeat these two reports. They're very similar. Maybe the same official talked to both outlets. So, Reuters says that a U.S. official said the U.S. is not aware of any reports of harm to U.S. personnel or known damage to U.S. locations at this time. Just about all of the multiple missiles and drones launched by Iran were intercepted. Assessment still ongoing. And the New York Times says a U.S. official said that Iran launched multiple missiles and drones at U.S. bases around the Middle East early Wednesday, and nearly all were intercepted. According to initial American assessments, there have been no reports of American casualties and no reports as yet of damage to U.S. bases in the region from the Iranian attacks. TYSR viewer says could be true or not. Little Green Man thinks Iran is lying. S. Cole says, and the U.S. will say nothing got hit. The UNQ80 says, impossible to know anything for sure. Everyone's duty is to lie in war. Dressed Up says, just about all means not all. Well, when it says just about all of the multiple missiles and drones launched by Iran was intercepted, I mean, what that could mean is that some fell short, or exploded themselves or that kind of thing. It could mean that. I don't know. By the way, thank you so much, Jeff TE88, who says, surprise, surprise, surprise. Jeff TE88 PFCR, thank you so much, Jeff, for your support. Also, thanks to Chill Zone. Thank you, Chill Zone, for your support. Chill Zone 22. Thanks to Alex Soto as well. Really appreciated Alex Soto. Also, a reminder. Oh, hey guys. Also, this is from N12 News. N12 News reports Israel. Remember, Iran said it had hit four important targets at a U.S. base in Al-Azraq, Jordan. N12 News Israel says the Jordanian army announced that it intercepted 5 ballistic missiles launched by Iran towards the Al-Azraq base of the U.S. military in Jordan. There was no damage and no casualties. So Jordan is claiming no damage and no casualties. I can't say exactly what happened. I'm telling you what they said. So the U.S. claims no damage so far from any of the Iranian strikes. From any of the Iranian attempted strikes. So I'm going to say Iran attacks U.S. bases after U.S. strikes. U.S. says no damage. How's that? That's a summary. The Yappy says, I don't believe no damage. If no damage, why is a B-52 showing on public flight radar? Is there a B-52? I don't know. Nothing much is being... There's not anything on Flight Radar 24. There's nothing that's being tracked by that many people. These are small numbers of the top tracked flights here. I don't know. Maybe there is a B-52 on Flight Radar. I don't know. I didn't see it there, but I didn't look at every plane. So, can you go to military? I got to eat in a second. I really do. I need to eat in a second. You can go to Flight Radar 24 and filter for military if you want. There's a tanker, as we frequently see tankers, refueling tankers flying up there. I see some refueling tankers as per usual. Anyways. All right, yeah, I'm going to have to eat in a second. We're going to take a break. I mean, I'll leave the stream up in case something happens while I'm eating, but I need to eat. Facebook stream's probably going to end soon. Facebook, we've been on, I think, 7.5 hours. Facebook, when the stream, at 8 hours, the stream ends. In like a half an hour, the Facebook stream's going to end. So I'll have to restart the Facebook stream. Hang on. There are some unconfirmed reports of some explosions in Bahrain. I don't know if that's really happening. Maybe there's more projectiles fired there. All right, here's what I'm going to do is I am going to eat my food, and I'm going to keep an eye on things while I'm eating. And if something really urgent happens, I can run back in here. Otherwise, I'll come back once I eat. But I got to eat my food. By the way, thanks to Ricky4240. Thanks, Ricky. I appreciate that. Also, Michelle Bailey, our new member. Thank you. Malachi Thorne, thanks for subscribing on Twitch. All of our moderators, too. Thank you. Beirut Cam? Do you want how about I can put the Israel cam up. I can put the Jerusalem cam up. Would you? How about that? What if I do that? I don't know that anything's going to happen in Beirut. Jerusalem cam? What do you think? I got to do this fast. Speak up fast. Speak up fast. All right, Jerusalem. We're going to put Jerusalem cam up. I got to eat now. Give me a moment. I'll get it on the screen. Here comes the Jerusalem camera. Here it comes right now for you. Why is it like this? Oh, I see. What is going on here? Give me a second. Give me a second here. What's going on with this? Oh, I see. I did it. We have it up. There's Jerusalem. There is Jerusalem. I finally did it. I must go eat. I am not eaten at all. Is there volume? Why am I not hearing volume? Oh, I know why. Okay. I am going to eat, and I will come back. I'll keep an eye on things. If there's something urgent, I'll come in while I'm eating. Otherwise, I will come back after I eat. All right? So I appreciate everybody watching. I'm going to leave the stream up, and I'll keep an eye on things. A quick message for those watching on Facebook. Facebook ends the stream after 8 hours. So in about 2 minutes, I'm going to have to restart the stream only on Facebook. Everywhere else, you're fine. But if you're watching on Facebook, the stream will end in like 2 minutes on Facebook only, and I will restart the Facebook stream. Thanks.
شيبتك ما انت مربية. لعندي بتضلي تقول ابعد ابعد. هذا الخرا كثير. نفلي هون بقول لك ما صبتش خرا. ما صبتش بقول لك. يقطعك يا صباحك ان شاء الله. يقطعك ويقطع صباحك. مجنونة انت. وين تلفوني؟ وياخدك والله. روحي مستكلعة مستكلعة روح. ما شفتهاش يعني. ابراهيم شوف تلفونها. يعني ما عندي معك ولا محبي ولا يصبين. رجال
All right. Thanks for your patience. I was eating and watching what was going on. I don't know that I have huge updates for you, but we'll do a little update here. It's been a busy stream. By the way, thanks so much to SM Kasara for being a member and Michelle Bailey for being a member. A lot going on, as Ruth says. We've had a busy stream. So the first part of our stream, the first few hours, we covered the protests going on in Belfast. That were going on in Belfast. So just quick refresher. If you didn't see that, if you didn't see it, you can rewind to the first part of the stream. And I'm not going to go over it all again right now, but just to show you, I can show you real quick. Hang on. So there was this, what night? What day is today? It's now Wednesday. It's now Wednesday. But on Monday night, there was this, there's a little video they have here. Hold on. Download their video. On Monday night, there was a horrific attack in Belfast, Northern Ireland. And police arrested a man who is from Sudan, but had been in Belfast for several years after having requested asylum. And so there were protests over this attack Tuesday night, which we were covering. Do I have, by the way, let's see. Thought I just downloaded this video. Where's the video here? There it is. So we spent a bunch of time tonight covering that. Oh, hold on. Let me show you something here from the Reuters article. Is there audio on? Here's some video. I'm going to show you some more, but we haven't looked at this yet. You can see here, this is from Reuters, and it says, anti-immigrant protesters set vehicles on fire in Belfast after a knife attack. A number of buildings were set on fire and vehicles were set on fire. We were watching this earlier. That's a vehicle. Oh, that's a bus. There was a public, that must be the public bus that was set on fire. I don't know what this is. This looks like some people fighting. That's not the attack. Police have charged a Sudanese man over the attack, which left a person with serious wounds. Knife attack, number of wounds to his head. Again, this is not the attack here. This is, I guess, a couple people fighting or something at the protest. The suspect has been charged with attempted murder. There on the right is another vehicle on fire. And if you missed it, we covered this for hours. So you can go back and watch our broadcast if you want to earlier. If you rewind the broadcast, you can watch it. And like, just to show you just quickly a couple of the things that we were showing you earlier, if I can pull that up for a second. So this is, yeah, we don't need the Beirut thing right now. Hold on. Where is that? Okay, so this is hang on. This was earlier. But again, if you want, you can go back and watch all our coverage of it. But just to give you a sense of some of what was going on, we had this video was from Sky News via AP. So I paid AP to be able to use the video. So yeah, just some of the things we were seeing. You can see a building on fire there. This is not live. This was hours ago, but this was just some of the stuff that we were watching go on. Fires in different locations. Roy says, I wonder if they were targeted buildings. Some of our viewers thought there were. I'm not sure about that. And I haven't really had time to go back and read up because we've been covering Iran for the last few hours. So I haven't gone back and seen what new has been reported on this. But yeah, it was quite something. It was pretty scary, quite scary. And there were there was these different locations where things were burning. There's another place there. Trying to show you something with the cars. I think the cars was earlier. Yeah, right over here maybe. No, there. Oh, like here, that kind of stuff. Rahul says that's not protest, that's riot. Yeah, we were calling both of them. We were using both of those words when we were covering it. And again, all this stuff I'm showing you now is stuff that we showed you earlier. We were watching this again, I want to say for a couple hours earlier in the stream. The whole first part of this stream was about the protests and / riots. So now I'm not aware that, I think the worst of it was when we were watching. I'm not aware that it intensified overnight. But this was pretty crazy. Reuters says that hundreds of anti-immigrant protesters took to the streets in Belfast Tuesday, with some setting vehicles alight after police charged a Sudanese man over a knife attack that left one person with serious head and neck wounds. Video of the attack was widely shared on social media. It is not being treated as terrorism right now. The knife attack comes at a time of heightened tensions in Britain following the murder of a student who was handcuffed by police as he lay dying from stab wounds after his killer, a Sikh man, falsely alleged a racist attack. It also follows repeated protests about immigration, with populist parties saying Britain's asylum policy had allowed dangerous men into the country. There was anti-immigrant rioting in Northern Ireland last year amid anger over an alleged sexual assault. Again, this is some of the other footage from today. Reuters says that masked youths gathered at points across the city, with police responding by deploying armored vehicles. Protesters set fire to a number of vehicles. including a bus. We saw a number of residential buildings be set on fire. The BBC reported that a crowd of 100 men kicked in doors and broke windows of homes on a street in East Belfast. Sky News showed footage of a house on fire. The suspect is due in court tomorrow. Police said the suspect lived locally, having been granted leave to remain in the UK in September 2023 after having claimed asylum. Yes, Belfast is Northern Ireland, as FTI Know says. So again, you can go back, and this was kind of crazy here. This was where there was this like industrial area on the right, and like these protester rioter people had gone in there and were just going through that industrial area on the right. Lisbeth thinks nothing justifies this violence. Another one of our viewers says, people are fed up with these people attacking citizens. So yeah, if you go to the start of this broadcast, basically the first, I want to say about 2.5 to 3 hours of this stream is all about this. We were just covering the protests. So you can go back and rewind and watch that. Oh, that was another place too. Anyways, yeah, this is there was another fire in another building there, which you can see. We also showed, I'm not going to show it again now, we showed the press conference with the Northern Ireland leadership today. We showed that press conference as well. Don Coe says it will be absolutely critical to gain deeper understanding of the suspect's motive or mental health state, etc. Yes, Red Squirrel says Sky News said locals reported a Middle Eastern supermarket was set on fire. Yeah, I can't remember where I saw that report. We talked about it earlier. And then we also saw burning apparently an African goods shop at one point. So some businesses were on fire as well. Sativa says people let anger out, but it hits the wrong people. So, but again, as far as I'm aware, I have not seen reports. Certainly, it seems to have settled down overnight because I just wasn't seeing reports of a lot of new stuff going on, new fires and stuff like that, which is good because we didn't know what was going to happen. And for a while there, it was just like the helicopter kept going from just moving the camera from scene to scene to scene with things on fire. Yeah, I've not seen. I was following a bunch of outlets from the area, and haven't really seen many updates in recent hours. So hopefully things settle down. Okay. So, anyways, you can go and watch. If you rewind, you can watch our coverage of that. Top Shelf Oats says it's sad to see what's become of the UK. Red Squirrel says, unfortunately, I think the civil unrest is just really beginning in the UK. Hostile Fox says they are lucky they are only setting fires. All right. And then for the rest of the stream, what we've been covering is that we saw today, it kind of, as we had covered a bunch of the protest stuff, and as the protest / rioting was settling down, then we got word that the U.S. had launched strikes against Iran to retaliate for Iran shooting down a U.S. helicopter on Monday. And there were several waves of U.S. strikes on Iran. And then Iran ended up apparently firing a bunch of missiles and drones at U.S. bases in Jordan, Bahrain, and Kuwait, I believe it is. But the U.S. military told several major news outlets that there was no reports of damage and that almost all of the missiles and drones had been shot down and that there's no reports of damage or injuries from the Iranian attacks. Now, Iran had claimed that it had hit a bunch of targets, but that's not been verified. Iran claimed it hit 4 important targets at a U.S. base in Jordan, but then the Jordanian army said that all the Iranian missiles had been shot down, I believe. The Jordanian army said that they shot down 5 ballistic missiles launched by Iran. There was no damage and no casualties. N12 passed that along. N12 News. So we've been covering this as well. And I'll show you an update on this. And then since before I went to go eat, I really haven't seen many updates at all. I'm not aware of any new reported launches or anything from Iran since before I went to go eat. Top one says, do you think we believe US anymore? That's up to you. That's up to you. I mean, if I hear at some point that there's actually been damage at US bases, I'll certainly let you know. Oh, I think there's a statement from the Iranian Foreign Ministry. I think. Yes, I have the statement from the Iranian Foreign Ministry. Let me show you this statement from the Iranian Foreign Ministry. I'm translating it, and then I'm going to put it on the screen for you. Okay, here is the statement. Translated by Google Translate from the Iranian Foreign Ministry. I haven't even read this yet. It says, statement by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs regarding the U.S. aggressive actions in Iran. In the first minutes of Wednesday, June 10th, the U.S. regime launched brutal attacks. That's Wednesday, the first minutes of June 10th, Iran time. The U.S. regime launched brutal attacks on areas in the south of the country of Iran under the pretext of the downing of an Apache helicopter of its terrorist army over the Strait of Hormuz on Monday night. These U.S. attacks are a gross violation of the UN Charter, especially Article 2, Paragraph 4, and the fundamental rule prohibiting the use of force in international relations, and the U.S. ruling body has once again demonstrated its criminal and warmongering nature with these aggressive actions, says Iran. In response to the U.S. military aggression against Iran and the clear violation of our country's national sovereignty and territorial integrity, the powerful forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran, in exercising their inherent right of legitimate defense, severely hit U.S. bases and assets in the region that were the source of these aggressions. Now, again, U.S. claims that there's been no damage. That's what the U.S. claims. Hang on a moment here. The Iranian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, while strongly condemning the U.S. crime of military aggression against Iran, once again reminds us of the legal and moral responsibility of all countries in the region, especially those located on the southern shores of the Persian Gulf, to prevent any use of their territory and facilities by the U.S. terrorist army and the Zionist Israeli regime to plan, organize, execute, and support aggressive actions against Iran, and warns that the Islamic Republic of Iran will not hesitate to exercise its inherent right to defend itself, including by targeting the origin of the attacks, as well as the bases and logistical facilities used to execute and support aggressive operations against Iran. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Islamic Republic of Iran also reiterates the responsibility of the United Nations, especially its Security Council and the Secretary General, to maintain international peace and security and hold aggressors accountable. That guy from that thing says that was actually okay as a statement. Mehmet Erdogan, our viewer, says Iran's statements are always excessively grandiose. Maybe they should tone that down to an 8 or 9 out of 10. Eli Beniati says trusting Iran is like trusting China. Thank you, Debugging Truth, who is watching. Adam says, are there live broadcasts from Belfast right now? I don't think I have access to any. Not that there aren't. I'm just saying I'm not seeing of the footage that I have the rights to. I don't see it right now. Yeah, I don't have any I can show you right now. Belfast time right now is 5:47 a.m. The Washington Post writes about this and says, hold on. U.S. launches new strikes on Iran after downing of U.S. helicopter. U.S. military launched a new round of strikes on Iran Tuesday night, hours after President Trump said doing so would be necessary because Iranian forces downed a U.S. Army helicopter. The U.S. said it had completed self-defense strikes hitting Iranian air defense sites, ground control stations, and surveillance radar near the Strait of Hormuz. These strikes were carried out with Air Force and Navy fighter jets and were a proportional response to recent U.S. attacks on U.S. forces and international commercial ships transiting regional waters, the statement said. The action came after the helicopter carrying 2 U.S. soldiers was downed on Monday night while flying near the Strait of Hormuz. Trump said the crew members were fine with no injuries and said the U.S. must of necessity respond to this attack. The air crew was rescued about 2 hours after they went down. The action on each side seems to make it certain that a ceasefire with Iran has been shaky for weeks will face even more challenges. I guess it's still officially a ceasefire? The agreement first agreed upon April 8th is technically still in effect, but has seen several attacks by each side. The 2 Army aviators who were shot down in the helicopter were rescued by a Navy sea drone near the Strait of Hormuz. Unpiloted, uncrewed craft, after their helicopter was shot down by Iranian forces, marking the first operation of its kind, U.S. military officials said Tuesday. They are in stable condition. I mean, stable is how you're doing over time, whether you're getting better or worse, doesn't tell you absolute condition. President Trump said they weren't injured, I think. Navy Captain Tim Hawkins said the crew was picked up by a Corsair surface drone, a vessel the U.S. military first fielded in the region in March. The rescued U.S. troops were then transported in the sea drone to another location on the water, and then hoisted up into a helicopter before receiving additional care. The Corsair sea drone is 24 feet long and carries up to 1,000 pounds. Senior Navy officials announced late last year they were awarding Saronic a $392 million contract for such vessels. Jack says, like the Batmobile would come to pick up a Batman. Oh, I might have hold on a second here. Roy says, that is badass. Texas troops said rescued by a drone boat. SDF said one of the non-explodey drones. 2 hours in water, said one of our viewers. I wonder if they had some special suit with them that they could wear in the water. I wouldn't be surprised if they did. Danny G says, too dangerous to send people, I guess. Hang on a moment. Michael Thomas thinks Trump should stop being weak. Oh, this is interesting. Yes. So the War Zone, which is a good, very good military news site, they pointed out that last December, uh, the then Secretary of the Navy posted about the Saronic drone. So I believe this is what it looks like. So if you look here, this is a post from the then Secretary of the Navy, Phelan. He's the previous one, right? Am I crazy? He's the previous Secretary of the Navy. Anyways, I guess the drones look like this because he had said the Saronic OTA, blah, 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 blah. Again, I believe this is generally what they look like. The drones. Hold on. Like that. But there's no people on board. See? And I believe that's it. That guy from that thing says that's wild. Corey says no people. Russ Lane says, I wonder what the interior looks like. All right, I'm going to see if we have any more updates here. Maybe we'll do a poll before we go. Hold on. What did I do? I see what I did. I really messed everything up here. Yeah, I'm not seeing much new at the moment. By the way, thanks to all of our moderators. I really appreciate it. Hold on a second. Now, this is messing up. Oh, thanks to Brian Beelman. Brian Beelman says, waiting for the next thing. First of all, I owe a thank you to Brian. Brian, that was really nice of you. Thank you, Brian. Brian says, waiting for the next thing. Who knows what's next in this war? Thanks also, Wolfie Live, for being a member. Thanks, Wolfie. And also our moderators like Ruth over there on YouTube. Ruth is still there with us. We've had a lot of moderators in and out, but I appreciate that. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha over on X, on Twitch. Good Luck Duck, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, and Surly Dev. And our Facebook moderators. We're going to do a poll. We got to do a poll. Darren Charlo, Kay Lowry Body, Paul Anderson, and our other moderators there. Thanks, Little Nerd Dork, for subscribing over on Twitch and for gifting a sub on Twitch. Little Nerd Dork, that's really nice of you. Thanks, Popcorn Fart. Popcorn Fart for your support on Twitch, and DSP BB. All right, we got to do a poll. Let's see. The poll is, it's currently June 10th. Deal to end the war sometime in June? That's it. Deal to end the war sometime in June, question mark. Because it's June 10th right now. Gives you about 3 weeks. Uh-oh, where did this go? Man, I hope so, says Chris M. 2 to 3 days, says Matthew Felty. Mo says won't happen. I'm gonna show you what people said in a second. Okay, I have the poll activated. So let's show you real quick before anything else. Let's show you guys thinking about the poll. There you go. You're thinking about it. Thinking. Now, here is what you guys said. Oops. Here we go. Let's see. Deal to end the war sometime in June. Over on YouTube, 86% say no. And, oh, give me 1 second. On Facebook, 82% say no. And on Twitch, look at the Twitch vote. Guys, look at the Twitch vote right now. 97% say no on Twitch. We don't usually see a vote like that. Jerry Colas is full on pessimistic. True Blunt says smartest chat. Rahul thinks in September. And Lightning Fart says that's as close to 100 as I've ever seen in a poll. Yeah, usually they're not that high. 96% right now. That's pretty lopsided. Oh. All right, thank you for voting in our poll. I think, guys, we have been doing a lot on this stream. We have covered a lot of news that's been going on. Maybe in 2 years, Andy says it will end. Maybe in 2 years. Chris F. says optimism about this thing is over. Limey says September of what year? Darcy Dudat thinks Iran looked weak today. Hey, thanks to Sean Ryder, who says, same blank, same toilet, nothing will change. Also, Terry Kurtz, thanks for being a member. Yeah, we've had a busy stream. All right, I think we might be getting to that time. So we covered 2 stories. We covered the Belfast protests and the Iran war. Both of them. I think I need to take a break while I can, while the news has settled down for the moment. Ashley thinks Trump is getting punked by Iran? While I have the chance. Got to take a break while I have the chance. So I really appreciate you guys being here for our coverage today. Thank you so much. Lulu says so much news. Exactly. I really appreciate you being here for our coverage. We, of course, will keep an eye on both Belfast and the Middle East. And when there's big developments there or other places, we will come on the air and do more live coverage. But I very much appreciate everybody tuning in, and also people who were sending. A lot of people have been sending me updates during the broadcast. We got to some comments. I'm sorry we couldn't get to more comments today. It was so busy for hours that it was hard to get. There was so much news going on. It was hard to get to a lot of comments. But I appreciate everybody writing in and everybody who participated in the chats. Goyslap thinks Europe's going to explode in the next 3 days. If you want, subscribe, follow the channel, Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. And I would suggest turn on our notifications. I never know when the next big breaking news event will happen. If you want to get a notification before we go live every time, it's really reliable and it's free. Sign up for our free notifications. The mods will post the link in the chat. You can also find the link to sign up to our free notifications in the description of the video on YouTube and Facebook. But I would highly recommend sign up for those notifications. And also, I will post on my X account as I see updates when I'm not on the air. Oops, you can't see it now. There it is, @Lookner on X. @Lookner on X. You can follow me over there if you'd like for breaking news. Again, thanks so much to our moderators. We have had so many people in the chat today, understandably, and our mods have been there. Ruth is still there. Ruth, that's so nice of you. Thanks for sticking around. And all of our other mods, we've had a bunch of YouTube mods, been really busy on YouTube today. So thanks to all of our YouTube mods and our Twitch mods too. Look at all of our Twitch mods still there. Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, Surly Dev. Thank you so much. And all of our other moderators too on Twitch. Huge thanks. Linda Bell, Larry, Misha moderate for us on X. And our Facebook mods, Kay Lowry Body and Darren Charlo and Paul Anderson. I did see one other story I want to mention. Really quick. I'm going to mention this really quick. Hold on. I forgot about it. I just remembered it. Darren Charlo, thanks. K. Larry Body. If I can mention this, can I mention this in about a minute? Did I get the Facebook mods? Darren Charlo, K. Larry Body, Paul Anderson, and any others I might be missing. Thanks, Dolly Clark, for subscribing over there. Where is that? Thanks, Crypto King, for shouting out the mods and your support. Thank you, Crypto King. So there was maybe some of you guys had heard about this. I had not heard about this until a few hours ago. A Somali soccer referee who was supposed to referee at the World Cup was denied entry to the U.S. Somali referee Omar Abdul Qadir Artan, who was named Africa's best men's referee last year, was denied entry to the U.S. on Saturday at Miami International Airport and forced to fly back home. The senior advisor for Somali's Ministry of Youth and Sports said Artan has an iconic status in Somalia and is a symbol of resilience. He was one of 52 referees selected by FIFA for this year's tournament. U.S. Customs and Border Protection, which screens travelers arriving in international airports, confirmed it had denied entry to a Somali referee whom officials did not name. He had arrived in Miami on a flight from Istanbul and was rejected after undergoing additional inspection. Officials said he was determined to be inadmissible due to vetting concerns and he was denied entry. The senior advisor for Somalia's Ministry of Youth and Sports said Artan's visa was approved and everything was under control, and that Somali officials are waiting to hear from the U.S. government on why exactly the referee was denied entry. The referee was detained for 11 hours and questioned. He is now in Istanbul and set to arrive back in Somalia tomorrow. That article is from Tuesday in the Washington Post. Yeah, so Hugh J says, can't he referee games in Canada or Mexico? And I believe, was it a Canadian politician proposed that maybe? I'm not sure. Let's see here. I'm not sure if there's going to be some way that he can referee not in the U.S. I had something on this before, and now I can't find it. Omar Artan. Omar Artan. Why won't this work? You know, sometimes X search just doesn't work, and I don't know why. Because I was looking for a post. Oh, I think it's working now. Oh, David Eby, who's the premier of British Columbia, posted 12 hours ago that the referee, Mr. Artan, would be welcomed and celebrated in British Columbia for what he's overcome and where he is today. Let's have him referee in Vancouver. I don't know if there's any chance of that if that happens. I have no idea. Anyways, I don't have specific details on that, but aside from what I just told you, I don't know the specifics. But if you want to read more, I'm sure you can find more. I was thanking our moderators. Oh, thanks to everybody for your support of the channel. I want to say an extra thanks. I owe Terry Kurtz a thanks for being a member. But thanks so much. A lot of people supporting the channel today. It's so nice of you guys. That's what allows this channel to exist and to buy footage like I did today. And so I really, really appreciate everybody supporting the channel. Brian Beelman and everybody else. That's really nice of you guys. I hope I got everybody. I think I got everybody. I hope. But thank you. Also, we do have a chat where you can chat with other viewers for free, the Discord chat. A bunch of our viewers like doing that. Check it out. It's the same link as the free notification sign up link. Thanks to our Discord mods who moderate on the Discord chat. Thank you. And also, hey, another good way to find out when we're going live, if you are on X, follow us on X at Agenda Free TV. I always post there before we go live. I post updates about the channel there too, at Agenda Free TV. And what else? I should have reposted the broadcast on Agenda Free TV at Agenda Free TV once we switch the topic, which I normally do, but I was too busy today. I was too wrapped up trying to do the coverage. Hey, also, if you do watch us on YouTube, I would suggest sign up for the YouTube notifications. Another way to help you figure out when we're live so you don't miss a stream. So if you want to turn on the notifications on YouTube, you got to subscribe to the channel and then click the bell and choose all notifications. If you're already subscribed, just click the bell and choose all notifications. Is there a stream tomorrow? Generally speaking, it depends on the news. It just depends on what news there is. So we'll see what happens with the news. Let's see. Hey, I want to say thanks to our Facebook subscribers who subscribe and support the channel, like Diane Allworth and Kristen McConnell Gates and Dolly Clark and Kay Lowry Body and all of our other Facebook subscribers. Thank you so much. And our Twitch subscribers. Uncle Fester, Respect, Llama Paprika, Neko Jita 1169, 99AVG, Little Nerd Dork, Malachi Thorne, Wall Street Shaggy, Hugh J, Kevster. Thanks for subscribing, Gina Pina, True Blunts, Mouse Kayla, Naomi Russo, Bogan, Buddha Baga. Thank you, all of our subscribers over there. Wisco Joe, and all of our other Twitch subscribers, thank you. And our YouTube members, Jeff Buddington, thanks so much for being a member, Jeff Buddington. Is this here? Matthew Felty, Platinum Dose, Nachikita Chowdhury, thanks for being a member. Crypto King, Matthew Felty, CAC, The Bearded Texan, Gary Baines, Dr. McRib, Darcy Dudat, Chris F., Deb N. Thanks for being members. Lotto the Gamer, I Am Good Goy, David Joe Klotz, Knox Corvus, Mike J, GOS85, Steel Booking, Stacy TW, Dr. McRib. Thank you. All of our other viewers, DPFX, La Raza Trump. La Raza for Trump. Don Mega. Don Co on X. All of our X viewers, thank you. Sedated Psycho. Dre Candy. Dan Cruz 2. Thanks for watching. Set to Chill. Chippo Toplay. Ghosty Gamer, thanks for watching. All right. We are about to wrap this up. Did I thank Mouse Kayla, our subscriber? I hope I did. It's been a busy stream. Thanks, Brian Shy, for watching. Michael Ramirez. Thank you. Mike Seapool. Ed Scarborough. All right, guys. I am just doing a check here. I'm not seeing anything huge right now. You never know what's going to happen next. All right, so that is it for now. You've been watching our live coverage of the Belfast protests and the new U.S. strikes on Iran and the Iran strikes back on the U.S. On U.S. bases, apparently. So that is it for now. Thank you so much to our moderators. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.